Hello, very good morning to all of you. And welcome to this small forum in a small time. With a good thing to discuss. I'm really privileged to have Madam Vinita from Terra Policy Center. Hello, Madam. And Mr. Neeraj from Association of Chamber of Commerce, a very known face with us. Hello, and thank you for coming. And Amrita Chatterjee from South Asian Forum for Empowerment. This particular session is about a very important thing that we are discussing in this COP28, that is financing adaptive solutions. To set the stage right, I think I'd just like to say that locally led adaptations are now becoming very important as we are reaching to that threshold point. We're finding out that locally led adaptations are making a big difference, and civil societies, a lot of private sector, say agencies, they're trying to promote this. But when it comes to the financing model, when it comes to giving them resources for promoting their locally led adaptations, it becomes a bit of a difficulty still now. So, on this, I would first request Madam Vinita Apte to share your thoughts and how you, being one of the pioneer workers in this sector, how you think as this should lead ahead. Here you are. You can use that.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Dipayan, Amrita, Neeraj sir. I'm very happy to share this stage with you. And the point you have triggered is a very important when when we are working for the grassroots level. So it is really difficult to get them resources because everyone is looking for the betterment of their life, and we can only give them means not just telling them that you do this kind of thing for us, but we have to pay, and then only they will work for us. And most of the times what we have looking for the challenges are many people are ready to work directly with us, but there are some people, those who are kind of contract sharing people, and they are confusing the communities, and that is a major challenge which we are facing when we work for the grassroots level. So what we do, we just tell them what others means, the other sites which we are mobilizing, or we are working with that site, those sites. We just initially to that grama sabha and those people, we just give them initially that this kind of sites we have managing, and this kind of community under, and now they have transformed it some different things. And otherwise also we ask the community which working with us, that they have their own networks anyway, so they could get the people to us for working, and that's how they build their vision. And finance is always a problem, means this corporate social responsibility, if there are politician means politically dominated, still we have to look for major finances, and to give them, means basically when they have a fixed value, that they will get money for working on such things, and then only they can work for others.
Yeah, I think. Hello. I think there are, we take two facets. One is the mainstream funding, that is what we say as the credit linkage with the banks, and another is corporate social responsibilities. So before I come to Mr. Neeraj, because he is from the Chamber of Commerce, uh, I would just like one comment from Amrita, because Amrita, you are leading an MSME, micro small enterprise, with the women workers I know, resolve trash to cash. So as an MSME, uh, say entrepreneur, what is your experience about getting, because this is also a locally led adaptation that you are proceeding with. So what is your experiences and comments on this?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Day. Well, yeah, it's been 10 years that I've been leading this program, Resolve Trash to Cash, which was the recycling art initiative with about now 400 to 500 women artisans. Is now leading MSME right now. And a lot of people ask me, like, what is special about women entrepreneurship in this climate milieu, and what is so special about it? Well, it's actually, to my experience, I feel that in this climate challenge, at least the, the every poor household is managed by a woman, and the woman faces such challenges that now she has less access to technology, she has lesser access to even this digital highway, and terrible poverty. So, but then it was a long journey. Definitely, we have seen tremendous potential, with little flexibility with time, with little flexibility with their needs. We have achieved tremendous results that we have now at least 400 such women artisans who are out of poverty and have dignified livelihood for them.
So that is a very good job, I think. But when it comes to a business model, when it comes to financing, there are certain hurdles. And now I'd like to come to Neeraj ji, that you represent the Association of Chamber of Commerce. In the recent time, we have seen the very good partnership is developing between the civil societies, the government agencies, and the private sector, because everyone means business, and business has got the word sustainability in it, so it's a sustainable business. Even then, certain bottlenecks are coming up where finance is stucking at one point. And even I'd like to go a little ahead and say a sort of an intersectionality is developing when we are talking about the accessibility of the finance. So people are unable to access it, even it is there. So what is your opinion on that?
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. First of all, inviting me, SHM, for this wonderful forum. So, I mean, Madam has rightly touched the point, and you have, your question is very apt, sir. So, let me give you a very brief background of SHM. I mean, SHM is the India's oldest industry association. We are around 104 years old. And at SHM, I mean, our role is to basically bridge the gap between the government and the industries. And industries means we have lot many MSMEs associated with us. We are working with the government to make the policies for the MSMEs. We are working with the MSMEs, civil societies, very small and large industries. We are working with various trade associations, various NGOs, and so we have around 80 plus sectors in SOCHM on various subjects. So, in nutshell, I would like to mention that I think government has various good policies, but the only point is the bottleneck is that there is a lack of awareness and sensitization. So I think awareness and sensitization of the bankers, financial institutions, even the state governments is very much required. Because government has policies. Although I mean we need a special policies, special focus policies on adaptation and mitigation and this loss and damage things. Along with the Article 6. But government has otherwise many policies to fund and support MSMEs, on sustainability related issues. I mean, this is an international forum, but at national level, we are working with Ministry of Power, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Jal Shakti. So they have many schemes for the MSMEs. Only bottleneck is that MSMEs are, very much into their own business. They don't have time for sustainability. I must say there are policies, but those policies are not. I mean, this is, I can say, our fault that we are not able to, communicate those policies properly to the financial institutions, to the MSMEs. So awareness and sensitization is most important, I think. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to raise two important things uh, where I mean, since I'm representing South Asian Forum for Environment and we work in the field, two very important things that is coming into our observation in the global south. Say we are talking about not only India, but India, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, South Asia, and as well Cambodia, Thailand, everywhere there is a flow of fund coming in, which is in the terms of climate change, we call it the carbon finance. So that is coming in. Green Climate Fund is being earmarked for certain activities, global environmental facilities, adaptation funds, all these are coming in. But the problem is direct accessibility of the local communities to these funds are somewhere there's a gap in the policy as well as in the practice. So agroforestry is getting importance. Now, imagine a scenario where a field is given for agroforestry for 30 years. So the carbon financing is supporting uh, the farmers, but how come farmers get the best benefit from this carbon financing? Meanwhile, I think we have one of our esteemed panelists, Andre, and Andre was little stuck in the. I know that. It's good to get you here, Andre. We're discussing on the financing models, like locally led adaptations are so good, and we are putting it up on the first line that for climate change, combating climate change, I think we need to support that. And you also, you are doing a very good work in Brazil, in the grassroots. And I mean, I know you're you're just a little exasperated on that, but in this particular exasperation, I would like to say, how much is the accessibility of the local communities to climate finance scenarios, and where do we stand in your country, in your perspective, in your organization? If you can just share a little bit with
Well,
us.
I'm really sorry. I was stuck there in the. I think I underestimate the power of the people, ground. And just to give some context, I'm a Brazilian and been working with smallholders for more than 30 years in southern Brazil, and basically with organic agriculture, agroecological perspectives. And, and it was interesting. I'm really sorry. And one of the presentations yesterday was telling, well, one of the things that I think that we don't have enough fundings. And one of the things that annoys me is that somehow we have some solutions, so to speak. We have some solutions for all this climate crisis, for the climate urgency. And the thing is that we still don't have, it's too complex. There is a complex paralyzation. It's paralyzing the complexity to get funds. But the thing is, one of the things that I believe pretty much it's market, in the sense good markets, farmers to have access to markets, to good markets. And one of the things that we've been doing is kind of like your presentation yesterday, like transforming a problem in a solution. And one of the projects that I was expecting to speak here is the exactly the project that we got funding from AFCAIA. It's We are stimulating farmers to cultivate one very trendy food, acai, which is very trendy everywhere, including here. But the thing is that it's not the acai from the Amazon region; it's the acai from the Atlantic forest. And the common use of these species was to remove the species, the whole species, to extract the palm heart. And the thing is that since it's a delicacy, the tree became almost extinct. So now we are stimulating farmers to cultivate, not to extract the palmito, but to extract the berries and to transform it in acai. And we've been very kind of successful. Of course, we still have a long road to go. We are connecting farmers with one public policy called the school food program or school feeding program. That the government, at least 30% of the school budget to buy food must be used to purchase food from farmers, from smallholders. So we are using this policy, this public policy, to provide açaí, which is a very highly quality food to students. So up to now, we reach more than 10,000 students in Brazil, which is very significant for this side of Brazil. Just to conclude, if you think of course, we have a lack of fundings, and I think we need much, much, much more. But we can still have some creative and take opportunities that are around to make some good things.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
I think
sorry.
no, I just thank you very much for this input. So, what we actually find is there is compliance, there is an anxiety, but at the same time, there is a tremendous will to move into the future, climate future, where the commons stay in real sustainable, situation. So we have some audience over here also. I would just like to maybe we are having a very short span of time. One or two questions to the panel, and then we'll go back to the panel for concluding the whole thing within time. So, any one or two questions from the audience? Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone.
You can just take that. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Chiranjit. I would like to ask Neeraj sir a very simple question. You were correctly mentioning that awareness is one of the major issues now, and especially in our country. Uh, we have seen ground realities because sometimes bankers know what to do, sometimes they don't know how what to do. Especially like when we are talking about self-help groups, joint liability groups, MSMEs, always they face a problem. Being in ASOCHEM, already you have highlighted the problem. Do you have any solutions for that?
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. So, see, fortunately, because we are, industry association, so we have all the stakeholders, linked with us. One side we have government who is making policies. Another side we have MSMEs, those who are doing production and manufacturing and all. They are into NGOs are associated with us. Civil societies are associated with us. See, whenever government, see, our honorable prime minister, launched life principles 2 years, 2 years back in Glasgow. This year, he launched green credit schemes, for the country. These all these policies are wonderful, amazing. We have gone through and we have been part of making these policies. The only point is that there must be some professionals, some experts who can communicate these policies to the MSMEs, to the civil societies, to the grassroots level organizations, to the common man, common public. Because these policies are written in their professional way. So I think we need a bunch of a group of people, those who are professionals, those who are into this sustainability, who can understand these policies and can communicate these policies and can help the MSMEs to do the documentation, to to follow the procedures and all, because they don't have time. They are just into their business. They are there to make money. So we should help them to follow these guidelines, follows these policies, and how government can support them. So I think we need a proper policy on reputation measures. Those will qualify for funding related things. There must be a mechanism that how this fund will be allocated, how much fund will be allocated, to whom it will be allocated. So I think this should be should be done, and we are there to help the government to make policies, and we are there to educate the MSMEs also, to the bankers also, to the financial institutions also. So things are there. We just need a proper collection of the things, and that's it.
Yeah, I
Thank you.
think I think that's a real input, that we have solutions and we have good solutions. What we need to do is catalyze the whole machinery so that it falls in place. Andrew, you were mentioning about the AFSIA program of UNDP, which has got a good model of a blended financing system, and it's coming up also. So these type of solutions, if these two can be merged, can you give me one liner at the end? We are just finishing off the time.
Yeah.
How do you see the future?
How do I see the future? Well, I like to, perhaps I have a paradoxical behavior. I'm very pessimistic in my analysis, but I'm very optimistic in my action. So I think that's how we have to behave, and try to find this solution and to catalyze these good solutions. Like I like metaphors, like the Titanic going to reach the iceberg. And I think we are the boats. We're throwing the boats, and we are the boat. If the and we have to try to have these policies to increase the boats, to put all together in the boats. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, Amrita, if you can just give an one-liner, maybe, and then we'll conclude
Hmm.
then.
Yes, thanks, Neeraj. I would like to say that particularly to you that yes, we have got tremendous support from all Chamber of Commerce. While evolving through this MSME today, I'm not talking from the point of view of civil society, but from this representing this 400 women artisans. But yes, definitely, this 400 artisans who are now leading entrepreneurs have to resiliate with the change, and they're only if we really change our behavior, and the gap can be bridged, because there is tremendous gap between the Chamber of Commerce works with the society interface also through CSRs, but bank doesn't realize they would go so KYC systems, and our poor women do not have IT returns. Many of them do not have PAN cards, so there is a tremendous gap. So I think we can only bridge whenever it is necessary. We have to mitigate wherever it is needed. We have to resiliate. and adapt in the process. So
And
thank
also,
you so
I
much.
would just like to add one more point that digital literacy is becoming very, very important because there is a digital divide which is furthering urban rural divide also. So, in this scenario, I would just request Madam Vinita if you can conclude the discussion and give us few takeaways so that this can give us a road ahead. Yeah.
Uh, a very fantastic discussion. Actually, every time when we discuss about such matters, the time is lacking always. And when I see there is a number of people doing a very good work from the grassroots to the upscale, high level people also. Only thing that the right people have to be at the right counter. Otherwise, those who are interested in sustainability, they are working somewhere in the dispatch. So they should be on the counter where they can give the money. So that is the main issue of everything. Means like I just wanted to add one thing when you talking about the farmers. That farmers now know about the carbon credits and all. They have a half knowledge.
Yes.
So they feel that they will in a 1 year's time if they plant a small plants, yeah. So the your film kind of thing. So so that should be the proper knowledge needs to be given to them, and 50% to them and 50% for the, whatever whosoever is putting the money and all is there. So when I see all this scenario, I always feel that there are the crowds surrounding here, but there always a silver line when people work on their own for the betterment of the environment. So I always say that not a single business, not a single person, no one can survive without sustainability and without better environment. So we
Absolutely.
have to work from today, from now, to see to get to the
Yes.
people that you should have to survive, and if you want to survive you have to you have to give survival for the earth.
Absolutely. So this is, I think, a wonderful notation that we can take away from this SDG Pavilion. I'm really thankful to Andre. I'm really thankful to Amrita, Madam Vinita, and to Mr. Niraj for giving this wonderful, comments and your contributions. Because this is such a important, such a significant topic that people sometimes try to avoid discussing it. So, but we took the advantage of being together in COP28, and we took the advantage of discussing it here in this international platform. And I'm really thankful to SDG Pavilion also for hosting this wonderful thing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I want pictures.
Hello, and thank you so much for joining us here today. My name is Sinead Bovell, and I'm going to be hosting a conversation on the linkages of climate change and gender-based violence. And we have two incredible representatives on the front line and at the crux of this issue that are going to guide us through this conversation today. Turn it over to you.
Thanks, Sinead. Hello. Thank you so much for being with us. I'm Natalie Raber, and I work with the Spotlight Initiative. We focus on end gender-based violence, violence against women and girls globally.
Thank you so much, Natalie. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. My name is Koya Adeboye. I'm the head of communications at Spotlight Initiative.
Great, so let's dive right into it. What is Spotlight Initiative? How would you describe it and explain it to somebody who isn't aware or hasn't heard of it?
Thanks again. First, let me say a big thank you to the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, the UN Department of Global Communications for having us, the rest of the UN family for bringing us here to this beautiful SDG Pavilion. I would say Spotlight Initiative, in a lot of ways, is a feel-good story in the UN. I know there's not a lot of that, but what we stand for is we're evidence of how the UN system can come together, working with governments and civil society and private sector and academia to make meaningful, positive change in the lives of women and girls. So, Spotlight Initiative is a high-impact UN initiative of the UN Secretary General in partnership with the European Union and other partners, and our goal is to eliminate all forms of violence against women and girls by 2030. We were launched in 2017 with a seed commitment of 500 million euros from the European Union, with the idea that if we made targeted investments in a comprehensive model, which I'll talk about a little bit later, could we make a change in ending violence against women and girls? So, over the last 5 years, we invested in more than 25 countries across 6 regions in the globe, targeted investments with the comprehensive model. And just quickly on the comprehensive model, it's nothing crazy, nothing unique. It's nothing that hasn't been done before. What makes Spotlight different is the fact that we were able to do this in a coordinated fashion, sort of herding the cats that is the development sector under the leadership of the UN resident coordinator in a country, under a common framework and with enough resources and scale to measure over time would we see change. So comprehensive model very quickly has 6 main elements. First, ensuring that the right laws and policies are in place at national, subnational level. Secondly, making sure that institutions are gender responsive. Third, making sure women and girls and survivors of violence have access to high quality services. Fourth, and the biggest slice of the pie is working on prevention, making sure we're engaging men and boys to end violence against women and girls, making sure we do a lot of work on social norms change, including more and more working with social media influencers to curb online violence. Five, data, making sure you know where violence is happening, who it's affecting, and how we get to it. And lastly, and I think most importantly, ensuring that we have a well-funded and active autonomous women's movement to keep the whole system accountable and keep progress moving. Uh, 5 years later, I'm really proud to be able to stand here and sit here with all of you and say that it works. We have the evidence now that it really does work. And if we scale up the intervention, we can bring that number, a global number of 1 in 3 women experiencing violence in their lifetime, we can get that down to 1 in 5 in a few years.
Really, really impressive work, really important work. And why are you here? How should we think about the reason why Spotlight Initiative, it's important for Spotlight Initiative to be here at COP28?
Thank you. Thank you so much. As Koye mentioned, we're here because we know that the climate crisis and gender-based violence are deeply interlinked. The diverse impacts of the climate crisis intersect with existing inequalities, including gender inequality, and exacerbate levels of violence against women and girls, including domestic and interpersonal violence, familial violence, rape, trafficking, and child marriage. But more specifically, how do they intersect? Climate change and its devastating impacts disrupt livelihoods, destroys infrastructure, including services for survivors of violence, affects natural resources, compromises food security, the quality of water and air, and increases the care burden that disproportionately falls on women and girls. And together these stressors exacerbate, as mentioned, existing inequalities and increase violence against women and girls. We also know, though, that gender based violence, threats, harassment, control constrains the ability of women human rights defenders, women's rights activists, women's organizations, and women and girls themselves from participating in climate discussions like we're having today, and from contributing to the development of frameworks and policies and strategies, making those plans less responsive and less.
Just really quick to add on that, it's not that it's the climate, right, that's causing violence against women and girls. Let's be very clear. This is men. This is men perpetrating violence. This is still a manifestation of the patriarchy, and ultimately the underlying issue here is still power, the power dynamics, and climate change and its effects are just an accelerant on an already existing fire.
Absolutely. No, absolutely, Koya. We know that violence against women and girls is widespread and one of the most pervasive, if not the most pervasive, human rights violation globally.
And then climate change essentially just acts as a multiplier of
Exactly.
these challenges.
Exactly.
And now you had mentioned we know the Spotlight Initiative model works. How? What's some of the data that you're seeing?
Yeah.
She's the one who does all the reporting, so she's the best place to tell us.
No, thank you. As Koya mentioned, Spotlight Initiative's comprehensive model works to pass progressive laws and policies, strengthen institution, deepen prevention programming, and improve access to life-saving services for GBV survivors. And the initiative does this through deep and meaningful partnership with government on the one hand, and importantly, civil society organizations, particularly women's rights organizations and women's movements. And why do we do this? We do this because the evidence consistently shows that the best way to end violence against women and girls, address GBV, and advance gender justice, and indeed climate justice, is to invest directly in women's rights organizations and feminist and women's rights movements, those at the front line currently and historically of demanding gender and climate justice. So, together with our partners, Spotlight has contributed to to transformative results over the last 5 years. I'll just give a bit of a snapshot, but we can delve into some of these a bit more. With Spotlight Initiative support, 2.5 million women and girls have been able to access gender-based violence services. With the initiative support, 2 million men and boys globally have been engaged in dialogue on positive masculinity and nonviolent conflict resolution. This is critical to addressing, as Koye mentioned, the underlying drivers of violence against women and girls and really accelerating prevention efforts. And 260 million people worldwide have been reached by gender based violence prevention messaging through global campaigns. Koye touched on this as well. Strengthening institutions is critical to addressing gender based violence prior to, during, and after climate related disasters. And the initiative has supported 43 countries to strengthen their national action plans to eliminate gender based violence.
And so, in the spirit of COB and climate change, how is Spotlight adapting the model to ensure climate change is also now part of some of the targets and part of some of the challenges you're trying to overcome?
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks, Sinead. Yeah. So, I just mentioned that Spotlight works to strengthen institutions and help governments develop national action plans and policies to address gender-based violence. We have done this work across the development, humanitarian, and peace nexus, excuse me. We've done this work through across the development, humanitarian, and peace nexus, including in contexts affected by the short and long-term impacts of the climate crisis. So, for example, our program in Vanuatu worked closely with the Ministry of Climate Change Adaptation and the National Disaster Management Office to collaboratively develop standard operating procedures to specifically address gender-based violence in emergencies, including emergencies caused by climate disasters. So this part of this work as well included developing a survivor-centered guide on how to navigate the referral system. This is particularly important for women and girls that have been displaced by the climate disaster. And it really helps ensure their access to and knowledge of available services. So that's one example in the ways in which we've adapted. I'll leave it. Yeah.
Very powerful. And if you have anything else that you wanted to add, feel free to jump in.
I would add, I think at Spotlight Initiative, we really believe that investing in women and girls is the most effective and least used driver we have to make achievement of all the SDGs, including 13 on climate action, possible. And we're here to sort of preach that gospel a bit and to show that connection that if you are able to solve for making the world safer for women and girls, a side effect of solving for that is you're going to end up solving for everything else. So, yeah.
Can you speak to just maybe one linkage that people might not be familiar with? If women and girls are the best and fastest path to SDG number 13, what's one example of how they align?
What I will say is we will be launching a very cool short publication tomorrow, which gets into some of this with real examples and gives really three tips, three calls to action for any practitioner in this space on climate action to be able to see that connection. Oh.
And I could add, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I could add, for example, just concretely, Spotlight Initiative's work in Grenada has supported women's rights organizations and women's rights advocates to provide critical inputs into national budgeting, specifically to ensure gender-based violence and efforts to end gender-based violence are reflected in and resourced, because we know if they're not resourced, they will fall off the table within climate change and disaster risk mitigation and adaptation plans.
And so, as a call to action, we know we have key decision makers here from all over the world. We have practitioners, we have attendees, we have activists. What would you say are some core calls to action that you would be asking of these practitioners and leaders?
Yeah. No, great. I think perhaps we have three main calls to action, three main takeaways that we hope folks will leave the room with today. The first, and we talked about this, is to really ensure that gender-based violence and efforts to end gender-based violence and violence against women and girls are integrated into climate change, climate adaptation, mitigation plans, strategies, procedures, and importantly, funding. So, including loss and damage funds from the onset. This is particularly important because it helps ensure these plans and policies' relevance and responsiveness. The second takeaway, and we spoke to this earlier as well. So we work in services. We work to ensure that women and girls can access essential life-saving services. And we would ask practitioners and those in the room to ensure continuous provision of services for gender-based violence survivors, to adapt those services to ensure continuous provision. These services are life-saving and essential prior to, during, and following crises. And then the third, Koye just spoke to this as well, is really to support and robustly fund women's rights organizations, diverse movements, and women human rights defenders, including land defenders. Women's rights organizations and movements are often the first responders in times of crisis. They are on the front line doing this work day in and day out. They possess critical and relevant knowledge, intimate knowledge of their communities. Investing in them is really investing in climate justice and gender justice.
Well, this has been a pleasure. I hope I'll be seeing more of you tomorrow as well. If you have anything you wanna throw in before we wrap up.
shameless plug, tomorrow at Action Area 1, Al Hur will be getting uh, in depth into this conversation a bit more in an event at 2 p.m. So please, everyone here, everyone there, you're invited to come and check it out at 2 p.m. Please go to spotlightinitiative.org. All the information about our engagement at COP and everything else we do is all up there. And follow us on the socials, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. And it's really, really great to be here and to see everyone. Thank you all for
Yeah.
coming out.
Thank you all. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As the world rapidly changes, the links between climate change, displacement, and conflict grow stronger.
Our planet is warming, leading to unpredictable consequences for all inhabitants.
Amid conflict, communities find their resilience against climate impacts critically weakened.
Climatic shifts play a pivotal role in the forced migration of populations, compelling individuals to relocate to regions predisposed to natural disasters.
What's intended as short-term refuge often becomes long-term habitation, exposing displaced communities to more compounded vulnerabilities and threats of conflict and climate.
Addressing these dual threats demands holistic strategies. Their convergence is a reality we cannot ignore.
Adhering to the principles of international humanitarian law is crucial within the context of climate justice.
Individuals forced to relocate should be granted the rights to mobility, safety, and protection.
As the global community prepares for COP28, the nexus of conflict, fragility, and climate must be front and center.
In our interconnected world, unity is our strength. Addressing these challenges is not just a responsibility, it's essential for a sustainable future.
Together, let's build a future where everyone is protected and our planet thrives. Join hands with displaced communities.
Take action today to build a future resilient to climate challenges.
Well, thank you so much. I think this is a video that introduces us well to our discussion today. My name is Joel Hangi, and I'm the moderator of this session, and I'm so pleased and honored to have this opportunity really to talk about one of the topic that really is so close to my heart, and I know it's also the case for all my panelists today here. And just quickly to give us, before the introduction, to give us understanding where we are coming from with this discussion and the topic of rethinking of the positionality of displaced people in humanitarian intervention, especially talking about energy and also climate. I think one of the things that we all know is that there is a kind of dilemma that we find ourselves in terms of long-term solutions versus short-term situation approach of the traditional humanitarianism. That's one thing that is really problematic, and it's really bringing some challenges on how to tackle the energy need of the displaced people and the climate transitioning. But also aside from that, from the recent work that the GPA just published on inclusion and defining the positionality really in terms of the role, the consideration that displaced people have in different intervention. That's also something that brought a new angle of how to, um, approach displaced people. Traditionally, displaced people are just beneficiaries and they're just there to sit and receive food. But also, the new thing that is coming is telling us a different thing. So that's something that really inspired from to have this kind of discussion today. And I'm so pleased to have you all here bringing really strong contribution to this panel discussion. And without taking so much time, I'll open the floor for introduction. Just quickly introduce yourself, where you're coming from, your organization, and we can dive into the discussion today. So yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shaza, and I am a former Syrian refugee, German now. I'm from the Global Refugee-Led Network.
I'm Andrew Harper, the Special Advisor for Climate Action for the High Commissioner for Refugees.
Martijn Veen, Global Head of Energy at SNV in the Netherlands. I hope to be speaking a bit about Kenya, where we have teams based. Would have been much better if they could have been here. Unfortunately, that's not the case. I hope to be able to represent them well.
Okay, good morning. I'm Dan Marangu. I'm from the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, Kenya. I'm the Director, Renewable Energy.
Great. Thank you so much. And this is one of the things that I think it's making our discussion really strong and rich in terms of the different background that people are coming from, and also the contribution that they're bringing to this discussion today. And I'll start my question really of this discussion with Mrs. Anila Shaza. Sorry, Shaza. It's a pleasure having you, but I'd like to know what is your opinion about the positionality, the way we're approaching it in terms of the role and the value that the sector is giving to displaced people. What do you think of from the displacement background? What do you think of the positionality of displaced people, and is it really good? For example, is there any need for change? You can also highlight that to introduce us to our discussion today.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say that the people are somehow is overlooked to come and to delve in this kind of discussion as a people of displacement background, because they were always underestimated. They were always seen as like a vulnerable group. They are passive. They are not able to bring like the resilience or bring solutions or whatever. So, if we ask me about their role in debates and policies, they are not actually centered. But in reality, in the practicality, I think they are the one who is doing all the or most of the work. We can say, like, with their available resources. So, what I would like to mention here that those people have the invaluable knowledge. They have the skills. They have all the resilience. They know the context. They know the culture. They know the situation. They know their needs better than anyone else, but they don't have the opportunities. They don't have the resources, so they are not able to make the change that they needed, because they still need to also offer their lives and so on and so forth. So what I'm trying to say here as well, what we need to do is to center the groups to be in the equal partnership within the policy making, to reshape the policies, and also to be as an equal partner and to fully to be engaged only at the last minute to be in a speaking role in like session like that. I like the point you already raised, that I hope they are here, because I think no one can be talked about someone better than that someone. You cannot explain my pain now. Well, I'm sorry. I'm so sleepy because 2 days not sleeping. What you can say, I feel you, but no one can feel. I am the only one who can explain this, and I can say what I need in my context also, because the context and the culture plays a big role, which is like we always forget about it. So, as coming back to your question, the positionality of the affected community still denied. We need to bring it back to the center. We need to bring their voices. We engage them meaningfully, not only last stage. No, we need to bring them from the co-organizing, from the implementing till like reviewing also. Decision making is already maybe first, second day already done. We didn't know. We were not invited. What we need to do to come together, because we are all in one ship. If someone did something wrong, it's not about him to be affected. All of us will be sink in the climate change issue. Actually, it's something affecting everyone, and that's why all voices is really matter. So I will stop here. Maybe we can discuss more, but yes, we need to bring them back to the center.
Thank you. That's so strong. Talking about positionality and mentioning the center, being at the center of everything, and looks like from your say, if I can just mention a few, you mentioned that there is a need, like their notes are there at the place where they're supposed to be, and then there is a need for them to come back to the center. And this is something that is coming and introducing us really well to my next panelist, Andrew. It's a pleasure to have you, especially next to Anila, and connecting this question. I think coming from UNHCR, I know you work so closely. I think displaced people are the center, should be the center of your approach. And I wonder what is your connection to what just Shaza mentioned in terms of bringing people at the center. What are the bold kind of move and required elements that are needed from the humanitarian sector and energy sector in particular to bring these people to their position?
Thanks, and thanks for the invitation. The I think one of the challenges is that the solutions are out there. We all know what the problems are. We all know what the solutions are, but the financing for operationalizing these solutions are not. And if anything, if you talk about displaced populations, they're often discriminated against. And so you could have pro-poverty subsidies for providing energy, um, which is not just only providing energy; it also provides support and protection for the environment. There's clean cooking facilities available, but they're just they cost too much. And so we're we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, pledges and commitments, but the money's not actually getting to the ground. So there is certainly, when we try and bring refugees or affected populations to these events, there's obviously challenges. And but we do know what they need because we're there. And it's not just a situation which will be just impacting on refugees, it's also the host communities. Because if you have a humanitarian response, it's not going to work. You need to have something which is already being used by the communities. And so it's about including refugees and other displaced people within the overall development approach, and making sure that when governments have climate or energy or development policies, it's inclusive of refugees. And so it then becomes market driven, because when you talk about energy, it's not just sort of cooking, it's about empowerment. And so you either have an approach which keeps people suppressed, or you allow people to start contributing for their families, their communities, and for the country in which they're often displaced too. So this is something which we're trying to do. We're trying to not just approach the provision of energy, or by that matter, education or everything else. In a humanitarian response, we're trying to look at it in a much more holistic manner, that you need to do this to protect the environment. You need to do it in terms of protecting people's dignity. It's about empowerment, but it's also the wider communities. So support the refugees, support the environment, support the host communities.
Yeah, I think you have really mentioned a very good point in terms of holistic approach and moving beyond just light and cooking, because it's not just about a bulb being lit or having something to cook with. It's really something that is really sustainable in long term. And just going to my next panelist, Mr. Marango, I know you're coming from the government, and there are so many things that most of the time when talking about long-term or development approach or solution in displacement settings, it's really linked back to the government, the hosting government, and the policy. And I'm wondering, how do you see the policy really playing a key role in shaping, the intervention in a way that it's bringing the displaced people back to the position where they're supposed to be at the center of everything, but also being part of these progressive initiatives that are taking place in displacement settings.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? So, as I said, that we in the Kenyan government, and we have been having a long time burden of having displaced people in the country, and progressively we look at policy environment to see how we can have inclusivity. I'll be talking about energy because I'm in energy, and when we are looking at the provision of energy, we are looking at from the point of view that we need to provide the human dignity, as has been explained, looking at even the core values of our constitution of human dignity, inclusivity, and also provision of the basic needs. So from that point, we have come up with progressive policies where we are working to provide energy for all through the process of sustainable energy for all, where we are targeting the access to electricity by 2030 for all citizens, including those who are living in the territory. and also for clean cooking. We have also ambitious targets in that. And of course, those people who are in the Kenyan territory, the displaced people, they also need to be covered in those targets. So those targets are there, and progressively we have been working with partners to reach those areas. Unfortunately, most of those areas where we are hosting the refugees are a bit underserved, and we look at it from that direction, and we have targeted projects. I know my colleague will be talking about them because we work with the GIZ, SNV, EU, World Bank, and partners to try to alleviate the challenges that I'll be maybe mentioning in the next question. Some of the innovative programs we have been working with partners to make sure that we provide the dignity which is necessary for this, especially for the provision of energy services.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. And maybe that's also connects well with my question to you, Majin. I know you work so closely at the grassroots level. SNV really is penetrating and connects well with the local community and the refugee community. And I'm wondering from your approach, because you design solution, you come up with solution that you serve to the displaced population. How does the let's say user-centered approach really define the kind of items or the quality that you use or you put in the market for displaced people? Because it's also linked to how you consider them. So I will definitely like to know how you approach that user-centered or user approach when designing your products, and how does that really affect the displacement market?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Very good question. And also, yeah, following on the comments from our colleague from Kenya, I would like a bit to center on that example of Kenya, actually. Kenya is then a country with more than 500,000 displaced people. It's quite a bit from countries like Ethiopia, South Sudan, Sudan, and neighboring countries. One of the biggest places where those are being hosted is Kakuma refugee camp. I think there's like more than 40% of all those, more than 500,000, are actually in Kakuma refugee camp. So you're talking about more than 250,000 people. And as you also mentioned in your introductory comments, this is a long-term settlement. Actually, it's already there for more than 30 years. So you cannot think about humanitarian response approaches, the classical approaches as they were in the past. We really need to think about more sustainable market-based approaches. There's economies there. There's people living there that actually are struggling, but also working hard to get an income, and they want to improve their lives. And we see a lot of potential and capacity there. Now, if you look at how to ensure quality, for example, that end user centric approach, for us that comes with any product that comes in there. If that's now an off-grid lighting with solar products, or if that's with cooking on improved cook stoves and all kinds of products that the people need, they need to be very solid quality. That if you buy those, because this is now not about giving away products. This is really about people that want to improve their lives. They buy solar because they want to have solar. They buy a cook stove because it improves their lives in terms of less smoke, less working time. So they want to buy those things and they have the capacity to do so. But then if they do, it needs to be a quality product. Otherwise, we're failing them. If they buy such a product, it should be lasting long term. So it comes with quality standards. So for off-grid solar, we apply international quality standards for that, like the Verisol standard, for example. But also on cooking, we make sure that when we train local stove producers, for example, we try to do as much as possible locally, because you're talking about isolated places. So working with the communities in setting up cook stove factories, for example, we're using quality stoves that last long term. If not, people will not buy them anymore. So it's in the interest of everybody, also of the companies, to actually deliver those quality products for the end user. So that's kind of responding to your question on how we put that end user centric. It also comes with behavioral change communication, like understanding what the people need. And if they want to shift from cooking with firewood to cooking on a clean source of energy, for example, that comes sometimes with challenges or misunderstandings. How does an ethanol stove work? Or how does cooking on electricity work? Or how does this improved cook stove work? And why actually would it be interesting for me to pay for? Because they used to receive it for free in the past. but then not with the same quality. We can also come back on that. It's kind of not always the projects that have been handed out in the past had the quality that we want to have and that end users want to have.
I really like the fact that you are approaching this question from like long term, really a kind of approach, because to some extent, as you know, when talking about refugee camps, it's really short term, like something that they'll use for 2 months and then it's done. But I think the fact that people are now, even yourself, like manufacturing. Things that will last for so long is really something that is helping us, because we don't have to forget like climate change is there, West is there, how to think about one of the things that is waiting for us after 50 years, 20 years down the line is where to put these things. So developing something of quality is something that is benefiting us, and it will eventually come back to us. If we are coming up with something that is of cheap, let's say low quality, at the end of the day, it will be at your door waiting for you. So it's really important to know that you are having that kind of long-term approach and not to just be in the trap of they're just people for few hours there, and I mean few years there, and then they will leave. That's really great to know. I think that's really something that also bring me back to my first panelist again, on in the question of bringing back displaced people to the center. And I'm wondering, I think we are good thing about this panel, we have people from different sector, and to some extent you complement each other. The government complements humanitarian sector, and also you working also on the ground, and displaced people being represented here. I'm wondering, what are the kind of supports that you think, tangible support that you think you need from these people, from this sector, to be able to come back to the center, being well equipped to really feel like you're now at the center of everything.
Yeah, thank you for this, and thanks for some examples. And I think it's a win-win situation when we bring all sectors to come to work together. Because if the private sector produce something which is not fit or not meet the needs of the community, they will not use it. So both of them will be out, and we have so many examples about that. But how we can improve this, meaningfully engaging the community? I think first of all we need to have the awareness session for both, for the citizens to know the value of including the community, and also for the community to know that their voices is really here. They have a role to play. They are the agent of change, to be honest. They are not passive, so they need also to know this, and to know the benefit of using the green and the clean energy and all of this kind of climate change mechanism that help us to stop this like crisis that we are facing. Second, I think, which is more like most important thing that we need to call for, is the energy fund and the like core funding, using funding, sustainable funding for those people who's working, because without the money they are not able to function. All of them, if we have a leaders doing something in the local community, either refugee or displaced people or the locals, they do it on passion, they do it on talent, they do it on like vulner- huh, voluntarily. But till when they can still, because they have their family, they have their like commitment, they cannot continue like that. So I think also project funding is something that helps, but it's not good, it's not sustainable. So what we need also sustainable funding, which is core funding. If we give them this ability, then they will be dependent on themselves, and they all also be coming to the dignity issues. They feel they are valuable, they will feel they have the dignity, so they will depend on themselves. I think the entrepreneurship programs and trainings and capacity building, so they also be like able to create their jobs, like startup, so many innovative approaches within the community. There is a lot of potential there, and I think we just need to strengthen these things and just shade the light on it, that they have everything. Actually, we are not lacking the resources. We are lacking that management of these resources, if we can say so. Bring back the power to this community who knows more and who cost less, because if we deal with this situation in a good manner, I think it's win-win situation for everyone, and it's less costly than producing a lot of things and then they will not use and then come back to produce another things and so on and so forth. And they will pay a lot of money for something is not useful for them. So the context and the culture also play a big role, which is we are sometimes forget about it. Asking the community about their needs, different needs according to different groups should be also addressed because women knows more. Women who cook is better to know than men because if we do some consultation, sometimes if we did, mostly people are coming like men. We're asking the household, the male household. So also some disabled community, elderly community, children are not even consulted. So I think bringing the whole community also it's need to be addressed.
Thank you. Thank you very much for really mentioning these key points. I think from you are really specific and precise on what you want. So it was more of awareness, funding, and capacity building. And awareness is like among the sectors between us, we are learning from each other. That's really great. And I'm wondering, Andrew, from what Shaza just mentioned here, from the humanitarian sector perspective, how do you think this coming true? What kind of support do you think is needed? And but also, is there an initiative? Okay, is there anything tangible where the humanitarian sector can start from to make this a reality? Really?
I think like, talk about UNHCR, like we're trying to not just say that it's clean cooking or it's energy, it's also a protection outcome. And protection is not just protecting people in their entity. It's about, as I mentioned before, it's about empowerment. Because if people don't have a livelihood, they're going to remain dependent. If people don't have access to renewable energy, then it's the most vulnerable in the family who then go out in order to get firewood. And that then becomes an issue of yeah, but it's also just transactional sex. Like there is so many, including Kakuma and Dadaab and elsewhere. You have women and girls and boys who go out, and in order to get wood, they have to have sex. It is just like that is the known thing. Like you just have to do that, and so it's more of like it's an issue of it's much more than human dignity. It's much more about it's just the right thing to do. And so when we talk about loss and damage, like these are the types of things that I think we need to be doing because you won't be able to have a humanitarian response to deal with the energy crisis in these areas. And so neither should Kenya lose all its forests because of the lack of an international recognition that energy is pivotal. So humanitarian agencies, what we need to be doing is rather than sort of looking at ourselves and our response, we need to be looking at what we can be doing with the communities and with the government to provide an energy response to these areas. And then not only just for Kenya, but then we need to be doing it inside Somalia. How do we sort of stabilize the populations inside Somalia by providing them with energy? Because one of the reasons why people are leaving is because they don't see a future. And you see, it's not just climate change, it's also deforestation. And so you've got the protection, you've got the clean cooking, you've got education outcomes, you've got equity issues, you've got social justice issues. There's nothing which you cannot say. So we probably need to have more money going into it other than sort of saying, oh, UNHCR can buy some dodgy cooking sets. Like they do need to be robust and they probably need to be made, for instance, in places like Kenya. So we contribute to the overall economy there.
Yeah, that's really.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
but also I'm probably going to have to go in a couple of minutes because of the logistics here. But the other issue too is that we probably need to look at, and people don't like this, but we've probably also got to have a security lens to it as well. So you've got the girls who go out and have to have transactional sex to get the wood. Who profits from the sale of charcoal? Who profits from control of different areas? It's often non-state actors. And so if we also say there's a security outcome too, this is when you start getting people a bit more interested as well.
And maybe Andrew, before you go, because I know you'll be leaving shortly, I'd like to know. Just that would be our last question to all our panelists, and I'll definitely like you to hear from you. What is that one message that you think from this discussion would be the message to the humanitarian sector, really? So you're addressing this to the humanitarian sector and the issue of inclusion that is needed in the sector.
I'd be saying, look, displacement is probably like in the comment current context and vibe of loss and damage, there's no greater example of loss and damage than people being displaced from their homes. And part of that has to be providing them with an entry to a better future and sustainable energy, which protects the environment, protects people, protects the communities in which it's hosting them. It's a non-brainer.
Thank you. That's so good to hear. Thank you very much. Yeah, sure, definitely.
Sorry, you need to leave
Yeah,
already.
Thank you very much for making it. Yeah, we'll continue the discussion. Great. Thank you very much for that. I think that was so clear in terms of something that is really needed, an action point that is needed from the humanitarian sector. And I was wondering, maybe just now, going to you, Mr. Marangu, on some of the initiatives that you are really having. You mentioned that earlier in terms of what is really needed, what you are doing in Kenya, very tangible to really help displaced people to move, not really just being there seeing that perceived like burden to the country, but also contributors to the development of your country.
As I said that we have various, because of the targets we have set ourselves for in the provision of energy and access, we are looking at how to achieve this. And I'll give maybe one or two examples. We have a program with the World Bank, is called Kenya Off-Grid Solar Access Program, COSAC project, working with the closely then with SNV, and it's a project which is targeting to accelerating access to electricity, especially in off-grid areas. And as I mentioned when I started, is that some of the areas where we have most of, because the neighboring areas in Kenya where we are having conflict are sometimes underserved. Because vast areas, you're talking of Northeastern, you're talking of Turkana, where Kakuma is, you're talking of Garissa, where the Dadaab is. They're sitting in some of the areas which are underserved, and sometimes they are off grid. So, because as I said, we have a target of accelerating access. Actually, for electricity, we are now at 75. But because of the off-grid areas, that's where the challenge is, and that is why this program came in. And it's a basically solar project, looking at standalone solutions and mini grids. So those areas and areas even with these displaced people are some of the areas that this program is targeting. But when the project was also being implemented, it was realized that the challenge of cooking, which has also been mentioned by colleagues here, was also a challenge. So we also started a program where we also have a clean cooking component in COSAF. Number two, we also have another program. That's how I saying that to solve this, we are working with partners. We have a EU program looking at capacity building. As you know, Kenya has a national and county government, and most of the displaced people are in counties. So we are looking at provision, what is saying targeted response to provision of energy. In this program, we have that program. It is called Sustainable Energy Technical Assistance, a EU program, a 3-year EU program, building capacity at national and county on energy planning. And why I'm mentioning this is that now in counties, we are doing county energy plans, and even counties where we have these displaced people being hosted, like Garissa, we are doing a county energy planning for Garissa, and we're also including the needs of the Dadaab, which is in the Garissa in the component. We also have a component on clean cooking in the county energy plans, so that because electricity we are doing not so bad. As I said, we are at 75, but because of off-grid, we have a 25%, which we are handling through off-grid solutions and maybe solar, mainly solar. But for counties now, because it's an obligation under our policies to provide to have county energy plans, where those displaced people are, we are putting them in the plans for the provision of energy in those counties. So that's how briefly I would say we are approaching these interventions. These interventions through government policies and support from partners. Thank you.
That's really good to hear because to some extent, I think when it comes to national planning, it has been for so long one of the things that doesn't really accommodate displaced people. Like, but seeing or hearing from you in terms of what Kenya is doing is really really interesting, and I think that's really something that other countries should also learn from. And maybe coming to you, Mr. Majin, I'll definitely like to hear from you in terms of capacity building. I know Mr. Marango has mentioned that, and Shaza mentioned that earlier. And I'm wondering, since of course you do products, you come up with items to address the need of displaced people, like on energy, particularly on energy and displacement settings. I'm wondering, when thinking of capacity building, how do you see that component of your work also being, let's say, a channel to build the capacity of people through local manufacturing, or even supporting the different initiatives? Do you see that like a way of empowering displaced people and changing the narrative through that, or is there any idea from your organization to work on that?
Yeah, thanks a lot for the question. And let me first also compliment the government of Kenya on stepping up. I mean, we try to work together with national governments, local governments. And when you have this example of Kenya where a Ministry of Energy and the government more broadly steps up and says, we want to have universal access to energy to the last mile, even to the most remote places in the country, in this case, the underserved areas, with a program like COSAP, both on off-grid solar and cooking. I mean, it's not easy. Those are the most remote markets. It's typically the markets where companies offering those products and services don't go. So for a government to step up and say, we want to have those companies there, it's really something I applaud, and I would really recommend other countries to follow that example, because it comes with a deliberate effort from a national government really giving that push, and then also down to the local governments, as the colleague said, to the country level, like the sub-national level, the county offices, also having a critical role there. Absolutely, there's a critical role to play for local people within the refugee settings as well. Coming on that question, where we're working on this program supported through NDEF, working together on with GIZ also on that as SNV. Um, what we saw there is that when we first started to support access to off-grid lighting, cooking, often with products coming from outside, the costs went up, of course, because of logistical challenges, and even of the cost of the products themselves. They had to come them from Nairobi, so it was not really feasible as a business, honestly, for those companies to actually do that. So it was really about establishing local production and also distribution channels. Both on the off-grid solar side, that's distribution, because the solar products with quality, yes, they cannot be produced locally. But if you talk about cook stoves, yes, they can. And I just want to share a nice example here, because there's a company from Kakuma refugee camp with 35 employees, and I think they work with like 70 or so distributors within the camp, that just won the Ashton Award a couple of weeks ago, and that's really something. I mean, the Ashton Award is kind of the main award in the energy access space globally. As a company, a local company from Kenya operating there in Kakuma that won that prize. And why? Because they managed to set up that local stove production facility in Kakuma camp, with refugees themselves producing and selling and distributing, and with that, generating employment, additional income, and a whole distribution chain for clean cook stoves that is now giving access to clean cooking with all the health benefits and social benefits, as also our colleague here was just reminding us. And there's huge potential, as also the lady here was saying, like, the capacity is there, the drive is there. What is sometimes lacking is the access to finance, or in terms of some advisory or technical assistance support to set up those companies. Like the example I gave that won the award, indeed received very early stage support also through the program that we're managing, and then subsequently gets access to more opportunities, and with that, growth. So you're talking about a youth-led initiative, basically, in Kakuma, driving change, and that's how it should be done, just locally driven. And I'm talking as a white male sitting in Dubai in this suit. Again, I'm not sure I feel most comfortable about that, honestly, talking about those topics. I just want to give that message. It needs to be locally driven. That's why we work with teams on the ground on this. And again, I would have loved for for example, the company owner to sit here and tell his story. Maybe it can be next time, but it needs to be locally driven. It's the only way.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being so honest. Sometimes when it comes from people from South, global South themselves, it's like, okay, maybe not well perceived, but come hearing from you, I think we have to change how we approach things, and that's that the debate we are, the discussion today about changing our approach, changing how we perceive, how we see things, and hearing of the example that you just gave of the award. I think I know the organization Safi Green. They're really great and they're doing a lot of, yeah, they're doing a lot of work there, and it's so amazing to see also the work that you're doing with them so closely, and that partnership is really going well. Thank you so much. And maybe my last question before we close this discussion to you all, and that will apply to you all, but you'll be speaking to your sector really. So if you're coming from private sector, you're speaking to a sector. If you're coming from government, of course, you have Mr. Marang now. He's speaking to his government, but also other government. And of course, Mr. Shaza will also speak to the displaced community as well. So I'm wondering what is in 1 minute, what is that one thing that you think displaced people should do in terms of changing this narrative of positionality and gain their position within the humanitarian sector?
Thank you. I think we are now trying to do what we would like to do is to advocating, and this is our role here as a like displacement community, to advocating for having our right back to talk about ourselves. The meaningful refugee participation, meaningful local participation is the key for everything. You cannot achieve, and I'm really echo here my colleague here in the panel, that the message is to bring the people who is the agent of change, actually those people who is knowing better than anyone else. Most of the time they have the skills, most of the time they are having the knowledge, deep knowledge, the context knowledge, which is also play a big role. Because if I am here, I'm going to them and let them know, you know what, you can do it this way, but come on, you are coming from place with a people in Gulf always like, "Yeah, we can have AC." But in Europe, we are dying in the summer, but we can have AC. It's not a solution for us, for example. So it's a very big role, which is sometimes we didn't even have any factor, and we didn't have it in our even as a variable of change or whatever. So I think this is my message: bring those people, give them the opportunity, work as an equal partner, then we can change and we can have better solution. And as I said, win-win situation for everyone.
Thank you. Happy to hear from you, Mr. Marango.
As I said, that we when you're coming up with policies, we look at, because I said all these people are in our territories. We look at inclusivity, equity, and also providing neighboring environment for some of those enterprises, especially energy response is concerned. And we have done that. We are given incentives. Actually, in Kenya, most of the renewables are VAT exempted so that they are affordable. And because they are cut across, we are looking at the country, so they also benefit. So we are looking at people-friendly policies for energy solutions to be affordable, especially renewable energy solutions, solar and clean cooking. But we also, lastly, we are also looking at participatory planning. The ones we are doing, the energy planning we are doing in counties, we are using a model where we plan with the communities. So we get the views from the community on the energy provisions for the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Margin, just for 1 minute, I think we are beyond time. Right?
1 minute. Some people in the room know that can be difficult for me. No, but I will try. No, I think what we need to do is, particularly in those longer term settlements where refugees have been living for sometimes more than 20, more than 30 years, just realize we're not talking about victims anymore. We're talking about people with lots of strength and capacity, and we need to build on that. And that's when UNHCR and others approach this, like, how can we shift from humanitarian to more market-based development approaches? That's what we do as SNV and some other partners as well, is indeed applying that market-based approach, like building on that capacity within communities to set up enterprises, to de-risk those enterprises with catalytic grants financing, getting investments in those communities as well. And for the bigger companies from outside, facilitating them to set up distribution channels there as well, to really get that access to quality products in the communities. Applying market-based approaches really in those settings, I think, can mean a lot, can mean a big difference in terms of getting local ownership, in terms of people being also proud because they're investing, they're building their lives. They're not receiving things for free. They might not even need it at this point. Not there. There's economies there to build on, and there's a lots of capacity to build on. So let's do that.
Thank you very much. And I think that's point of the approach is really shifting from your side, saying like it's no longer something that is short term, it's long term. Then the approach should be also long term. And the fact that you are approaching them like any other market is really making sense. And thank you so much. And that's lead us to the end of our discussion today. My takeaway, just to highlight a few points that I was mentioned, a great point from you. Dignity should be at the center. We should think of different ways to learn from each other. We have so many things and we have to change. Like we have to change the capacity and exchange that for us to come up with a very strong solution that will respond to the need of displaced people and make sure that they're not left behind. But also awareness, funding, and capacity building is also needed alongside this journey as we are continuing. And thank you so much. Thank you to our audience for bearing with us for the few minutes that we take over. But we really appreciate your participation and thank you so much for this.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you today to this event focused on tracking just transitions. Just transitions is fairly nascent, as we know. It's a bringing together of countries' climate and development aspirations. And the tracking of just transitions is even more nascent as countries think about how they are following progress and using that tracking to accelerate change. So it's my pleasure to be here today to welcome you to this discussion. We have an amazing lineup of speakers. I'll go through them in turn and introduce them, and then invite them each to provide some introductory remarks on the topic. So to my left here is Dr. Crispian Olver. He is the Executive Director of South Africa's Presidential Climate Commission. This is a commission that's charged with facilitating and overseeing the transition in the country. To my right is Jorg Linking, who is the head of climate competence in climate change, head of Competence Center for Climate Change at GIZ. Apologies. And to my very right is Deputy Minister Parks Tau, who is the Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs from South Africa. It's a real pleasure to have you all today. I'm going to turn over to Dr. Crispian Olver first for some introductory remarks just to frame what we're doing here and what we're doing in South Africa.
Thank you, Katie, and very good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here, and particularly to our Deputy Minister. It's a real pleasure to have you on the platform. So I'm going to give you some broad general reflections. I mean, obviously, the just transitions on everyone's lips at this COP. We're really pleased to see the extent to which it featured in the global stocktake. The technical summary, I think, situates it right at the center of these transitions. And at its simplest, I mean, what are just transitions? They're about understanding the social and economic consequences of this deep systemic change that's happening in the world economy and in the world society, and managing those impacts proactively. So, in the global south, we look at the climate agenda almost, we look at it sort of through the lens of development. It's putting a development frame on the climate agenda. And therefore, if we're talking about how we monitor it and track it, on the face of it, it should be relatively simple because we've already, as a world, agreed on a set of sustainable development goals, and we have a clear set of indicators for tracking those goals, which look at things like maternal and child health, education levels, poverty, inequality, access to services, food security, energy security. So these are, quite well set out in the broad set of SDGs. But there's a couple of nuances to just transition, which I believe are not adequately captured in the SDGs. And if you read the stock tank technical assessment, the summary from the two chairs, it's a great document, by the way, and very easy to read. And I know people tend to sort of look askance at these complex UN texts. They're not great reading, but this is well written and it's easy to digest. And amongst others, it talks about the systemic changes that we need to do, not just to decarbonize and to build resilience, but also to address some of the fundamental inequalities. And if we're going to talk about how we monitor and evaluate just transitions, we've also got to think about what is that systemic change and how do we want to measure it. And we in South Africa we use a fairly simple framing. So we've adopted what we think are three foundational principles behind the just transition. So we talk about procedural justice. So, is the process of making decisions about this transition inclusive? And do people feel part of that process? So it's not just is it inclusive, but it's also experientially, do people feel included? Because a lot of what we're hearing from people on the ground when we talk around the country is people don't feel included. They feel that these decisions are being made in some elite corridor somewhere else. And that's a big red flag. So procedural justice is very important. Secondly, we talk about distributive justice. And distributive justice is really at its heart about whether the risks and the opportunities in this transition are fairly distributed. At the moment, people that carry the lion's share of the risk are those who have the resources to respond, who don't have middle income lifestyles, who don't have assets and mobility, and are therefore ultimately trapped in the places where they live, subject to devastating climate impacts and the shifts in the global economy. And then lastly, we talk about restorative justice. So, are we bringing back the ecosystems and the water sheds and the air sheds that have been devastated by, centuries of industrialization and fossil fuel dependence? So, we need to think about these three principles when we measure just transition. So I'm going to leave it at that. And we can maybe, as we get into the conversation, dig a little bit more into some of those areas. And I'd like to come back maybe later on skills, value chains, and some of the other more technical parts of what we have to track.
Thank you, Crispian. So let's definitely come back into these three areas of justice and tracking thereof. I mean, these are principles that most countries subscribe to. These are principles from the International Labour Organization as well to facilitate a just transition. So procedural, restorative, and distributive justice. How do we monitor that? How do we track that both locally, nationally, as well as internationally? I'd like to bring in Jorg now, please. And GIZ is a big supporter of tree transitions. And I'd love you to come in with your views on how GIZ is supporting just transitions in countries, as well as the tracking thereof.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation, giving me the opportunity to present a little bit what we are doing in GIZ. I think you pointed it out already. I think it's if we want to take just transition serious, and if we don't do, in German, there's this, a word which means selling new wine in old bottles. And if we don't want to do that, and if we want to take it serious, I think it's not enough to measure and monitor exclusively climate impacts. Nor is it not enough to check whether just transition is integrated in the NDCs or in the LTS or in the low emission development strategies. The question is how to measure the just dimension. I think this is the challenge. Should there be a kind of a combination of indicators between climate impact, social inclusion, justice, or social dialogue and poverty? And to answer the question, on my opinion, we have to look into the key sectors directly. For example, the agriculture, the industry, manufacturing, construction, housing sector, mobility, logistics, energy, and focusing in these sectors on the risk and challenges of a just socio-economic transition. And the challenges are very clear, in my opinion. There is, for example, unequal socio-economic participation. You pointed this out as well. Consultation, missing participation of women in other disadvantaged groups, for example, insufficient social protection for workers and local communities, or limited access to green and just transition finance, incoherent policy frameworks and incentive structures for private investments. And for example, another risk is lack of sustainable consumption patterns. So looking into the risk, I think this should be the basis for all the tracking activities of the results of just transition programs to see what has been achieved. So looking into social equity, looking into economic diversification, public acceptance, you pointed out as well, employment and decent jobs. Additionally, tracking successful just transition, we have to look as well into the existence of just transition plans and policies, government commitment and social dialogue and stakeholder engagement. So I think these are as well indicators to measure the success. And to support this analysis, GIZ has highlighted in its service and advisory offer for just socio-economic transition the so-called enablers and mitigators. The enablers, these are part of the social system, creating a supportive environment, but not generating direct climate impact. But they are essential to put forward the transformation of the economy. And these enablers could be education and skills development, resource government, and access to responsible and reliable critical resources, or financing the just transition. And the mitigators, they are accompanying measures, buffering negative social consequences of transformation. They are counteracting resistance and generate social support for the transformation. So these mitigators could be the labor market policy, could be social protection, could be local and regional economic development. So to dig a little bit deeper into these mitigators and enablers, we already heard it. I think qualification, needs, and training are essential components for an economic diversification and to create green jobs. So the indicator sets should include retraining and upskilling programs, adaptation of professionalization programs and curricula according to the changing workforce requirements. So just transition monitoring has to be expanded at all sectors. For example, if we look into the oil and gas and mobility and electricity supply industry, they have advanced very little regarding planning and implementation of just transition processes. So the production, for example, of electric cars or vehicles will be less employment intensive. So we have to look at this fact as well. Or, for example, the access and expansion of public transport must be part of the monitoring of just transition goals. And there's a last item I would like to highlight. I think we have to raise the question regarding successful just transition tracking. The indicator sets or tracking systems for just transition goals, do they have to be at national level, or do they have to be at subnational level, at sector level, or should they be at project level or portfolio level? And it could be as well on the private sector level. So these questions have to be answered, on my opinion. This is what we are trying to solve out in GIZ when we are implementing project for our ministries, for example. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorg. And you're raising a very important set of issues. And I think coupled with the justice tracking pieces, the system changes pieces, the perceptions, and all the levels of change that happen within government, it's really a broad mandate for tracking the just transition. It's really large. And I think I'd like to get into the discussion a bit more about how we go about prioritizing what's most important to track, given this plethora of work and change. I'd love to bring in the Deputy Minister now, Parks Tao, and I'm hoping you can provide us with a local government perspective on the just transition. Local government is often seen as the first responders for the just transition, for climate impacts, for providing basic services, which we know in South Africa is the foundation for an equitable and just response. So I'd love it if you can bring in your views about just transitions from the local level and what you think is necessary and how local government can help track those efforts.
Thanks, Kate, and good afternoon, colleagues. I think in many ways, if you think about local government in the South African context, the responsibility and constitutional mandate of local government places these at the whole phase of implementing the just transition. Our local governments have responsibilities around the built environment, spatial planning, land use management, building control, building codes, and so on. We have responsibility for reticulation of electricity, uh, water, sanitation management. We have responsibilities in relation to transport planning, road infrastructure, stormwater attenuation, and management of stormwater. So, in many ways, the responsibility of local government, as I said, places it at the center, and thus the need to have local governments on the table as part of the conversation about the implementation of the just transition um, investment plan and the NDCs of the country, because they would be crucial in implementation. We have experienced in the South African context initiatives by local government to implement a number of um, sometimes responding to practical reality. We have an energy supply challenge in the country. Municipalities are beginning to initiate independent power producers and contract with independent power producers, of course, looking at clean energy as the key uh, uh, generation point in relation to local government. They've initiated programs on the demand side with regards to energy. So they their own initiative have been driving programs around a transition. But a consolidated effort by local government is the next step. It is about aggregating the efforts of our local governments in the country to the extent that they have implemented or are implementing initiatives. And I can go on about a list of experiences, whether in mobility, um, where municipalities have introduced alternative energy supply systems into our public transport networks, the way in which spatial planning has been done at local government level. So essentially, I'm just emphasizing the point on one, the need to aggregate the efforts, two, to coordinate the efforts to ensure that on the basis of collective action by local government, we can be able to measure not just at the level of the extent of participation on global platforms, but the extent to which at a national scale we're able to coordinate and collaborate. And that for us is the next step in terms of the initiatives and efforts by local government. And I should say that the debate within local government, organized local government in particular, has been robust on its own because we've had transitions in the country. We've had an abrupt transition in the gold sector. So we live with practical realities of ghost towns as a result of that transition. And local governments sit and anticipate the reality of a transition in the coal sector that's likely to impact particular jurisdictions negatively and say, what is in it for us as a municipality? What is it in it for our communities? And what is in it for the industries that function in our municipal jurisdiction? And that's the robust debate within local government, excuse me, the robust debate within local government and the extent to which they've raised their hand and said, we want to be on the table, but not just from a planning point of view, but also from an implementation point of view.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Those are really important points you're making. And what's being underscored is how important local government is in driving the just transition and being the face of the just transition, the face of the impacts, and the need for local government to be supported in this transition. And I'd love to bring in Crispian right now. If you can speak to how the Commission is being designed to incorporate these views of local government with national government and other stakeholders to drive the just transition in the country, and how this information is flowing in a way to spur progress.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think the deputy minister's given a very good explanation of how critical local government is in this transition. And, we often say, they're at the front end of uh, dealing with communities, delivering services to them. Um, and it's where the rubber hits the road in terms of development. Um, and for people to be able to get a sense of access into the system, it's the level of government that they're most able to engage with. And it's, therefore deeply worrying that many of our municipalities in South Africa are failing. And they're failing because of governance issues, they're failing because of finance issues. So there's a range of very practical, on the ground, institutional governance and financial matters that have to be solved in terms of local government. Um, what you mentioned earlier the way that the Climate Commission was set up. So we're a multi-stakeholder body. We're not government per se, or government is represented on the commission. And we've deliberately set out to bring all of these voices into the conversation about the transition. So it's very good to see one of our commissioners, Mbulaheni Mbodi, here. He represents NUMSA, one of the largest unions in South Africa, and they're very actively involved in ESCOM, power generation, coal mining. Um, and you would think ordinarily, because of their members, they would be opposed to this transition. But the important thing is everyone's got to be at the table. And Mbulaheni, I can assure you, is a very noisy voice at the table, and he fights for workers' interests all of the time. Um, Equally, we see local government as a key participant in this transition. And the president reached out last year and brought two mayors onto the commission. So Councillor Kanelaman Kunzi, who I think chairs the Selga Climate and Environment Working Group, and Mayor Jordan Hill Lewis, who represents one of the largest metros in the country, and who also is a mayor for what nationally is considered an opposition party, the Democratic Alliance. So we've got many voices politically, in terms of stakeholders, all part of this conversation. Um, what we've realized, though, is that the transition can't just be a national conversation. So it's not just about bringing these voices around a national forum. And it's a little bit like, you need to think of it like a wedding cake. It's what we refer to as multi-level governance. And we've got to, create provincial and district and local and ultimately community level engagement mechanisms. So governance of this transition's a lot more complicated than you would think on the face of it. Just one other point about governance. I mean, it's not just about giving people a seat at the table. It's also about unlocking all of their creative possibilities. So, no one actor, certainly government at the moment, does not have the capacity to drive this transition on its own. We need private investors with business ideas and innovation and technology. We need community voices to ground the conversation, to tell people what it is that people need to be responding to. We need workers whose jobs are at stake in this transition. Um, so all of the players have something to bring to the table. It's not just about participation for participation's sake. It's about unlocking all of their creative potential.
Absolutely. And there's so much in this discussion that's been picked up, and the just transition is incredibly broad when you think about the stakeholders that are involved. We talk about this being whole of society. I mean, in South Africa, we have to involve key constituents like labor, business, civil society, government, traditional leadership, academia. These are all custodians in the just transition. There are physical changes that are happening in the economy. There are policy changes that need to happen. There's got to be a massive change in how we spend money. And this comes to the question that I'm going to ask each of you from where you sit in the context of the just transition. How do we know that we're going on the right track? If we say there's got to be this fundamental transformation of society, if we've got to focus on human resources development, reskilling, innovation, economic diversification, providing social support to those who need it most, how do we know we're on the right track of those things? Are we tracking more good, less bad? From the position that you sit in, what would you tell us is the most important thing that we should be focusing on, the key metrics that we should be looking at to say, yes, we now know that our country is heading on the right track for the just transition? And I'm going to start with Deputy Minister, if I may, on your view from the local government perspective of how will we really know we're addressing the climate challenge and the just transition challenge? And then I'll go to Jorg and then Crispian, and then we'd love to involve the audience in this as well. So we'll think about your questions and we'll turn to you next.
So there are systemic issues in the country that I think give us opportunities if you think about it. One of it is a transition from a governance point of view that we're undertaking as a country because we've revised the way in which we're doing uh, intergovernmental relations and cooperative governance. Through what we call the district development model, we've essentially said that the planning units need to be decentralized to 52 district and metropolitan municipal jurisdictions in the country and to integrate the planning mechanisms, including the integrated development plans of our municipalities, into whatever national and provincial functions find expression in that jurisdiction. So I'm saying it's a great opportunity because what it means is that if you integrate your development plans with your energy transition plans, your just energy transition plans, it places it at the core of what your municipalities do. If it finds expression in the integrated development plan of a municipality, it has a legislative mandate not just to develop the plan, but to implement and monitor it. And it is the basis on which performance management and evaluation of local government is done and it's audited. So you have a practical mechanism through legislated planning tools of local government to ensure that implementation happens. Now, as I'm saying, you've got statutory integrated development plans of the municipalities, coupled with what we now call the One Plan. And the One Plan is a mechanism through which the president has said all government departments must decentralize or ensure that their plans find expression in a district jurisdiction or in a metropolitan jurisdiction, and it needs to be integrated with those of local government. So in essence, you won't have a just transition plan that just finds expression at a national level. It should find expression in the One Plan of that jurisdiction. And the One Plan is not just a municipal One Plan, it is an all of government plan that is implemented collectively and we can align our efforts. So for me, it's a great opportunity as we're going through the governance transition that we actually incorporate the just transition into the overall development planning and implementation mechanisms in the country.
Very important, the coherency of policy at the national, local, and provincial level in terms of driving that transition and making sure it's included in municipal plans and budgets, importantly, as well. Thank you. Jorg?
Yeah, thank you for this question. Let me point out two things from the perspective of a technical cooperation agency. That means we are supporting our colleagues, our partner countries in the different just transition processes. And the two things or two items are the first one is the interdisciplinarity. And the second one is communication. with regard to interdisciplinarity, you all know, and even almost all the governments are they are organized in a way that they are working more or less. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but they're working in silos. That means they are sector organized. I think we have to overcome this. The interdisciplinarity, especially for the just transition process, is very necessary. So even in our in GIZ, we are organized in different sectors. We are in the water sector, we are in the agricultural sector, we are in the business development sector, and so on. But sometimes the people are not talking with each other. So the interdisciplinarity is very necessary because just transition tackles the two challenges. On the one hand is the climate impact, on the other hand it's the just dimension. And the just dimension is so complex, so you have to include all the different disciplines working on the same topic. And the second one, communication. I think a lot of these just transition processes are lacking of a good communication. What are the risks in the process of a transition in the different sectors, and what are the opportunities? So I think if you want to get to a kind of behavioral change of different actors or sectors, you have to communicate in a very transparent way, and you have to inform the people so that you have a kind of informed dialogue. And if you are not successful in a good communication, you have resistance, you have counterproductive activities. So the communication, on my opinion, plays a very, very important role to do it in a very wise way, in a very transparent way, and to underline what are risks and opportunities of these processes. These are the two aspects I wanted to add.
So it's a difficult question, Katie. I mean, if I was to pick my top indicators to measure, um, I would probably say number one is jobs. So, are we creating more jobs in the low carbon value chains of the future than we losing in the old fossil fuel parts of the economy? So jobs is number one. Skills. Are we equipping the labor force of the future, given the kinds of economic shifts that are going to happen? Are we adequately preparing people coming through the educational system for what that labor force looks like? Three, safety nets. Have we put in place the social security systems that ensure that workers, there's going to be a lot of labor market churn. So, are we protecting people in that churning process so that they, are able to sustain their families as they're transitioning from one sector or one job to another? Then there are the securities. So, are we putting in place the mechanisms for water security, food security, and energy security? Then there's governance. Are we, making sure that decision-making processes are inclusive? And lastly, we've got to talk about money. So, are the flows, where is climate finance flowing to? And how much of it is going into mitigation? At the moment in South Africa, 81% of all climate finance goes to mitigation. Is it going into adaptation? At the moment, adaptation is getting the sort of end of the pipe. It's getting about 12% of our climate finance. Or is it going into just transition, which at the moment is completely left out of all climate finance and green finance taxonomies? So we're not even tracking just transition finance. So those, they're a little bit off the top of my head, but those would be my, I think, 7 or 8 indicators.
Um,
at the Commission, we're in the midst of developing a framework to track a just transition. So this is my secret way of getting Crispian to do my homework in a way that could get him to prioritize the indicators. But that was very, very useful and provoked a lot more questions. But I think we should bring in the audience now. This is your time to ask about this very new subject to some very senior people in South Africa and in GIZ. This is a great time to ask about your burning questions about how you go about tracking the just transition and what it means in these different contexts. So please.
So is it working? Yes, I'll kick it off just in response to Chippy's comment about the three streams of finance and maybe setting up three streams of monitoring. And my question to you is, are you not thinking about measuring the just transition in a way that mainstreams it into the ongoing mitigation and adaptation programs of work? Why is it separate?
Um, I no, I mean, I think if we're talking about three transitions, so I mean, there's mitigation, adaptation, and just transition, and they intersect and interrelate. Um, but I would be a little bit cautious to say just transition is included in mitigation and adaptation, because what's happening at the moment and what will continue to happen is that it's not going to be measured at all. So we've got no sense at the moment how much we're channeling into skills linked to green economy sectors. We just don't know. We can talk to you about the aggregate skills development spend. I mean, we know that there's the payroll tax. We can quantify the amount flowing into the skills development fund. But how much of that is actually targeting the future low carbon economy and the sectors? We don't know. And equally, there's no obligation. So people that are doing climate finance deals are not, this comes as an afterthought. Even on the JET IP, I mean, the JET P was originally announced at COP26, big fanfare. When we first looked at what the JET the JET investment plan like, skills got a minuscule, I mean, like less than, it was like what was it, 0.3%, 0.1%. It was irrelevant. It was so small, you couldn't see it. Similarly, economic diversification, minuscule allocation, support to the Mpumalanga process and the coal fields and the development plan around the coal fields, nada. So, I like the idea of mainstreaming. We want just transition mainstreamed, but don't mainstream it in a way that it is not measured.
We'll take Mbulaheni and then Dumasani and then David. And it's great to be on a first name basis with the audience.
Yeah, my question starts with a preamble of sorts. The thought is whatever we do has got to have some pace. But I want us to look at what we have agreed is some consensus with regards to your just transition framework that talks of the points that you've raised about justice. Are we able to say we are running just transition at our pace? Are we able to say that pace is determined by us? I'm trying to figure out how can we drive if the pace is determined by the guy who's driving next to us, and his car is able to, the torque is much stronger, and he's trying to make you do the impossible with a car that is unable to perform that way. So the reason why I'm asking this is because all the time when we talk just transition, we hear some people who might not have challenges that we have, of the triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, and also energy poverty. People who don't have that, they are able to say, no, you can move too quick. But there is a part that talks of what we've agreed, which is part of justice, procedural justice. And also looking for the two others to also kick in. So are you gonna be able to say we are driving at our pace, or there is a pace that we must pick up that is determined by others? And are we really supposed to pick other people's speed or run by our own pace?
Thanks, and it depends on who you call other people. Being deliberate in saying that, because in reality, we might be talking about engagements outside the country or with parties outside the country and say, is that the pace we're matching with? But there is a bigger risk in my mind, which is that there's activity that happens inside the country that is transitioning without the negotiated process or the multi-stakeholder process. So industry makes decisions around what is in their interest in terms of future industrialization trends, in terms of commercial viability, and whether it's practical and in their interest to make the transition. And they make the transition, whether it's in buildings, in industrialization, and so on. We're seeing a lot of activity in the country happening that impact on the sort of decisions that need to be made around the table. And there is a risk that those activities happen whilst we're sitting around the table and debating. So we need to match it at both levels. I think we need to match the extent to which our engagements on the platform is not overtaken by events outside, and the transition happens outside the negotiated platform, because then there's a risk that it won't be just. There is a risk that, in fact, you won't be able to achieve the elements of justice from an economic development, spatial skills, industrialization, and reindustrialization point of view, because individual ad hoc decisions are being made. So there's an internal country issue that I think we need to resolve to keep pace with developments, so that we're not negotiating what in fact other parties are implementing outside the negotiating platform. But equally, I think it is important to continue to state the point that we believe that, if you like, the just transition must be just. It must be just to the extent that the resource deployment is responsive to the reality of the impact of the decisions that we're making and how that impact on our people. Because you have a country with mineral resources that, and industries that are at the back of those mineral resources. And as you make a transition, if you don't do it well, and if you don't do it with your development considerations in mind, you're placing your country at risk. So you need to be able to balance that. And in the engagements that we have at platforms such as COP, it is important that we continue to re-emphasize that point. And not just from a state point of view, but from the point of view of all parties around the table. Because one of the things in the country that I think we don't always articulate, notwithstanding the robust nature of our debates, is that all of us are around the table debating. We don't have an exclusion type mentality. There's rather inclusion in the way in which we want to plan and execute. And I think we should take full advantage of that.
Thank you. Great. So we'll take the final comments from the audience. Dumisani, then David, please raise your hand if you have a final question. Okay, we'll take those two questions, have the panel respond, and close with last minute reflections. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Katie. At the core of any change process, I think the parties involved always need to have some trust that whatever that they're engaged in will yield the expected outcomes or will at least meet their expectations. We have seen a few transitions, especially from a political point of view,
if you think about the transitions from a one-party-led municipality to a coalition-led municipality, and that has brought in a lot of, I would say, or that has deteriorated the trust levels from the public, be it the business or communities that you are looking at. At the local level, Minister, how do you think we can measure or build at first, build trust, but later on measure uh, that the trust has been improved because of the trust transition? Um, Yoga, your organization works with different government departments, with different government or national or countries, rather. Um, it has been seen, or at least it has been perceived, that the just transition or the transition itself is sort of a north-south, or at least it's a north-controlled or western-controlled sort of process. How do you build the trust, having not met the $100 billion commitment from the developed countries? How do you, as GIZ, build instruments that support the enhancement of the trust level, but also measure whether the trust is increasing or decreasing as a result of the just transition? Therefore, helping players who are really critical to the conversation to come on board and discuss. Thank you.
Very provocative questions. I'm glad you have 2 minutes to think about them. David, final question, and then we'll go to the panel.
I'm very curious to hear the answers to that. But I have two questions. One is South Africa really pioneered in terms of including just transition in its NDC. It was the first and only country that did so in 2015 in the original NDCs. There have now been about 30 or so other parties that have done it in one way or another, but I think South Africa still is at the cutting edge of that. We're now on the cusp of the process for countries to come forward with their transparency reports. And so I wondered whether you thought that it would be valuable for South Africa to have a element of its transparency report that would address how things are going on just transition. And those are meant to reflect progress to achieve the NDCs, those transparency reports. So potentially a place to do that. And then the second question was in thinking about tracking and assessment of how just transition is going, presumably it's slightly different from development tracking and assessment writ large. And so I'm wondering how you see the climate nexus. What is the specific thing when it comes to just transition that one needs to attend to? And I guess, seems to me there are a few different ways in which one might think about it. One could be regional. Is there a region, a geography, or a community that's particularly affected by the transition? And so are you looking at it from that lens in terms of what is happening there, what needs to be tracked there? Is it, I think, as Crispian was suggesting earlier, a question of looking at the sort of green jobs dimension in part? So what's that climate nexus that needs to be addressed?
Great, that's an excellent set of questions. We are looking for this discussion to look at how trust has been achieved domestically and how we track that in the just transition. And I think that's for you, Deputy Minister. For Jorg, how do you build trust domestically when you're delivering support, and what agendas are you being driven by? And then I think a question for all of you, what David was saying is how we're using the UNFCCC process, the Enhanced Transparency Framework, to report on just transitions, and also the NDCs and just transitions. And where does climate fit in the just transition, Crispian? I think that's a good one for you. So, Deputy Minister, may we start with you again, please?
Well, I think that it is important that the discussions also be decentralized. Because I think that when you decentralize the discussions, you enable civil society and other stakeholders to be more involved in a conversation about what does the just transition mean for me in my province. And the province of Mpumalanga is a particularly important province because that's the bulk of our coal mines and our coal power generation plants, what does it mean for my province? What does it mean for my municipality or for my community? And therefore, what are the decisions being made? So I think decentralizing the conversation and the plans of implementation is important because then we can hold people to account, notwithstanding what has been a fairly messy transition in terms of uh, electoral outcomes. I think you have found that commitments made are certainly put to the side because a new party comes into office. But the reality is that a conversation such as the just transition shouldn't just be about individual political parties. It should be institutionalized in the critical issues that need to be addressed for a particular area. So if you think about, and I'll choose a municipality in Pumalanga, if you think about Witbank, uh, and you say, well, what does the just transition mean for the community of Witbank? It is a crucial conversation in that community. And those people need to be involved in what decisions are being made, what is being negotiated, and what is being implemented. Because you can't legislate for everything. You can't legislate for the conduct of political parties all the time. It's not. You can legislate certain things and certain elements about how governance takes place, but the extent to which you can legislate around policy decisions being made at certain levels is much more difficult, and that's where civil society is very important. Both business, civics, and trade unions are very crucial in ensuring that those elements are not excluded in what happens in the municipality, notwithstanding the political changes that happen.
The difficult question. Um, GIZ is an implementing agency. We are working for our commissioning ministries and in several countries. For example, we are working on just transition processes, JET-Ps or P+, however you call it. For example, in Serbia, in Indonesia, in Vietnam, and Rwanda, as well in South Africa. So what we are doing is referring to the trust and to build the trust and to maintain the trust during the process is first of all we try to provide the people with data and with information. I think they have to be informed when they participate in the process, and all the different actors have to be adequately informed on what do they have to expect, what do they have to expect when they are trying to they are going to continue with business as usual, and they have to be informed on what the transition processes means for them with all the consequences. I think we have to be honest, and you have to be fair, and you have to be transparent. I think this is the most important thing to build trust and to maintain the trust, in my opinion. Therefore, as we are going to work in different countries as well, we are trying to interlink as well the different countries to build up kind of learning platforms, because some of the processes are very similar in some countries. Although each country is different, and the processes and the socio-economic frameworks are different, but some processes and some measures to be taken are similar. And I think these platforms we are trying to build up between the different countries are very helpful as well. So these are some of our interventions we are implementing in the countries.
So on transparency, I think it's great. The developments that are happening around this enhanced transparency framework, I think, are really the way to go, and it's going to start opening up a little bit of the black box of national climate policy and mitigation and adaptation planning. And certainly, we expect that to also extend to just transitions. And just as a contribution from the side of the Climate Commission, early next year, we are releasing a frank, warts and all assessment of the state of climate action in South Africa. looking with a critical eye at all of the dimensions of the transition. And, clearly on this issue of where's the climate in just transition, we don't see climate and justice as diametrically opposed. So it's not that we are sacrificing ambition on the altar of a just transition. For us, the just aspects of the transition are what enable ambition. Where it's in a sense the key to unlocking, certainly in South Africa, unlock decision making about the transition and to be more ambitious about our climate agenda. We need to give a promise to communities and workers that we're going to think actively about their interests in the process of navigating the transition. And it links back to what Mbulaheni was saying about pace. Calibrating the pace of the transition is a deeply political question, and it's a development issue. So we don't want to go so fast that we liquidate whole sectors of our economy before we've been able to build out alternative livelihoods. But we don't want to go so slow that we lose out on the technological change and building the kind of base that's going to enable the rapid decarbonization that we know that we have to achieve. So we think carefully about the pace, and I guess if you want to measure what the climate aspect of the transition is, it's about calibrating this pace in relation to the global pace. So how fast do we move to decarbonize our economy as the global economy decarbonizes?
Excellent. Thank you, Crispian. And with that, that was the closing remark of the event. So thank you for making it so profound. I would like to thank the audience sincerely. Thank you so much for joining us for this hour. And a very big thank you to our panelists, Deputy Minister Parks Tau from Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in South Africa, Jorg Linke, who is the head of the Competence Centre for Climate Change at GIZ, and also Dr. Crispian Olver, the Executive Director at the Presidential Climate Commission. It was a real pleasure having you here, and thank you so much for the discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the SDG Pavilion, where we are hosted here by United Arab Emirates at the COP28. I'm Radia Sidawi, the Chief of Energy at the Regional Commission of Western Asia. I will be moderating this session. This session intends to look at the integrated approach in enabling the just, inclusive energy transition, specifically in a rural context in the Arab region. When we speak about the Arab region, certainly we speak about conflict, we speak about different kind of vulnerability, specifically water scarcity, land degradation, and increasing population growth. But more importantly, the need of having energy secure, affordable, and modern for everyone. The Arab region, although has an overall in terms of energy access above the global average, above 97%, however, we still have an urban-rural divides. Just 88% of the population in rural area have access to electricity. Sometimes it's not affordable, or most of the time is relying on fossil fuels. Several expenses and projects have been implemented in the region, specifically the regional initiative for promoting small-scale renewable energy technologies in rural area in the Arab region, funded by the SIDA programs, funded by also the and implemented by the Regional Commission of Western Asia in collaboration with national regional partners. Some of them are here today with us. It was implemented in Lebanon, Jordan, and Tunisia in order to have it as a regional business model that we can upscale and expand. It looks to different pillars, but I'm going to present it through a very interesting video. If our team can put the video on, please. You can see it on the screen on my hand side.
في مثل بيقول إنه طعمي ابنك سمك علموا الصيد فالإسكوا مشكورة إنه جبتنا الشبكة وجبتنا السنارة وعلمتنا الصيد. شكرا لكم.
Practices in the value chain in the rural context, as you can see in the pictures and the video. But also look into the water management when it comes to agriculture. So we did not only implemented project of solar energy, but also for solar pumping, and looking that this is sustainable and sustainable over the time. These are examples in Jordan where we implemented the project with our partners and contractors. And then we moved to Tunisia in North Africa, where we implemented slightly different project because the context is different for water pumping, but also agriculture. And we look at also to drinking water, looking to working directly with cooperatives. In Tunisia, it's the most, it's one of the region, the most poor region, I would say, and where women are the mostly working there.
كبيره لا ظهري سبحان الله باش نرتاح في فاتورتها باش نولي نرجع باش نرجع كيف على خلينا نخدم نستطيع نخدم انسان منطقتي نجم بس نعمل له مرات نجم تعمل كل شيء مش معناها محصوره كان معناها تخدم تتوظفوا حتى في الفلاحه رانا نجموا روحنا والمراه الفلاحه راهي تنجم تعمل برشا حاجات سيرتو المراه في الريف نجم تخلق من
And these are the partners we worked with at national and regional level, but thanks also to the CEDA who supported us in this program. And that's why when we implemented the region business model, we are working with our partners in order to expand the investment also in this project. We wanted not to have it ESCO branded, but it's region in a way that how integrated solution, multi-sectorial approaches prevail specifically when it's taken from human-based approach. With that, I have the honor to moderate a panel discussion looking to different experiences from different players, but also the lessons learned from this implementation of this project. I have with me Ms. Jessica Obey. She's the founding partner in New Energy Consult Lebanon. She worked with us also as an expert, but also as a project manager and one working in Lebanon. She will tell us about the experiences and lessons learned from Lebanon context. And she would have the possibility also to reflect on the best practices that region brought to Lebanon, but also regionally. Also, we have with us Mr. Mohammed Ramadan. He's the project team leader, Sustainable Energy and Economic Development Project in Jordan from Seed Device. He will tell us also about a different business model, but actually it's the same, but implemented by different partners, the different donors as well. But it's looked also to the same objective, that's for women empowerment, and also looking how the integrated solutions can help address the energy access through tailored solutions. We have also with us online, if we can put Mr. Constantine. He's the founder and managing partner of CST, CS Touch from Swiss-based firm. He's with us online. Glad to have you with us, and we certainly would have loved to have you in person here in Dubai. We'll come to you in the discussion. Will join us later on Ms. Shada Sharif from Jordan in order to address and also to share with us the success stories from Jordan, since she worked with us in what we implemented in Jordan. But since we speak about multi-sectorial, multi-stakeholder approach, then we need to have all the stakeholders. But more importantly, we need to have the drivers who can help us in order to duplicate this kind of initiatives. So I have the privilege to have with us Ms. Asma Rouabhia. She's a youth-centric just transition specialist from Tunisia. But also she is the co-chair of the SDG 7 Global Constituency, helping youth within the region in order to connect, but more importantly, to voice the Arab region, voice from the youth perspective. And she will tell us also from the Tunisian perspective, since she came also from the rural area in Tunisia, or how she presented between Algeria and Tunisia, the way she said it always. So without overdue, let me go to the just to start the panel discussion. Maybe I start with Lebanon, where hosting the ESCO HQ. And to start with Jessica, if you can just share with the audience and the also those who will who are following us live on what the experiences brought to you, to Lebanon region, and specifically the best practices that we come up with, and to upscale this kind of business model. Over to you.
Thank you, Raja. So I'll go into the best practices, what we learned in terms of challenges that we faced and lessons learned, and then reflect on the specific case of Lebanon. So when we look at it from at the region project, we look at it from a theory of change perspective, where we're trying to improve rural conditions and have renewable energy as an enabler for rural development. So that's a big task. And so to break it down into outputs and impacts, it has impacts on different levels. First, on electricity and energy, and second, on income generating activities, and third, on gender and livelihoods, and fourth, on we want this to be scalable and replicable on a larger scale. So we also want to impact policy. In order to do this, several activities had to be implemented in parallel. Not only the implementation of small-scale distributed renewable energy that we've seen in the video, but also we had to start from the base point, which is needs assessment. We want this project, NESCO wanted us to speak to the needs of the local community. And so the needs assessment was a baseline study, and we spoke to people in different communities and different countries, and we found what their needs are. And we found that it wasn't only just about energy, but for small businesses, but they also needed capacity building and entrepreneurship, how they run a business, how to start a business, because in most of the Arab states, especially in rural areas, entrepreneurship is needs based. It's not someone who wakes up in the morning and decide that I want to go into entrepreneurship journey. It's needs based, but this needs also sometimes lacks the skills on how to start a business, how to do the finances, accounting, how to do food safety when we're speaking about agri produce. Uh, in the example of sewing workshop that we had in Lebanon, they also needed to increase revenues, but also start new production lines for that. So they also needed skills in sewing and different equipment. So that was capacity building. And then the equipment that they're going to need to increase and expand the business were also they would face challenges in procuring and paying the capital cost for this. So ESCWA also considered this. So it worked on different levels. And then we get to the other level, policymakers. And we have to include the experts, academic, policymakers, politicians, in order to have the right policy environment. And why was this very important? Because some of the key challenges we faced in all the different countries were that we do lack regulation on distributed renewable energy in many countries, especially in Lebanon. And when regulation is there, you also need to enforce it and implement it on the ground. But then you face another issue, which is financing, especially in the current economic conditions globally and across the Middle East. So the financing of MENA countries, financing is very important. So that also we need to be creative and find innovative financing mechanisms to have a business model for these renewable energy systems. And that also required the inclusion of microfinance institutions, donors, private sector, and engaging all these different stakeholders. So the entire what I'm trying to say is that we need, and was the purpose of Regent project, was to think in an integrated approach and include all the different stakeholders on the table and ensure that the local community voices are raised. So we also held meetings on site periodically to ensure that the projects were targeting the needs of the local community. It's a lot of work, but it requires a lot of follow-up. But this should be the baseline for future work on renewable energy if we want to have real impact on the ground.
Thank you, Jess. I think I would not present it differently, and just you made me think about how the journey was difficult, but it deserved the journey, deserved the effort. And I believe the journey was also as difficult for other projects. And I want to hear from Mr. Mohammed Ramadan on similar setting, maybe, but also looking to the same objective from a seed perspective. I think if we can have the video on, since I think it will show more the outcomes, or let's say the journey of seed project implemented in Jordan. And then I can, as a moderator, give the floor to Mohammed in order to tell us the story, but to reflect, obviously, because the story will be told by the video. On, please.
I will start with the untold story about seed. We see a lot of achievements. This is 3.5 minutes of short video. We cut this video out of almost 1 hour documentary about seed. So we cut some of the achievements also. As you see, it's a huge achievement, and we will never able to do such achievements without the support of the local communities. So I will start with telling you two things before I move to the untold story. If you notice here, the amount of carbon reduction that we have in this project is huge. It's almost supporting our country targets, and we support as partially in these targets. If you look to the value of money, within the next 20 years, we will have double of the initial budget that we spend in the project. So we spend 28 million, but we will gain as a saving for the country and people and organization almost 100 million Canadian dollar, which is a value of money. Cost-effective solution, smart, creative, and sustainable solutions that support economics, environment, and community capacity building. Now I will start with the untold story, which is not in any of our videos. Seed is not only a project. Seed is a case where you can see how international development project can make a change in the local communities. There's a lot of key success factors in this project. I will give some few of these. First, the great team that helped in achieving this project, either from the headquarters or the local team in the field. Second, the local community support that we gain by having their trust, and even they work with us as a volunteers. 500 volunteers from the local communities, international, regional, local consultants, stakeholders, partnership with many organizations in the region and international, and in Jordan as a local organizations. A lot of people were supporting that, but the most important for all of this is knowledge share and supporting others. The more we give, the more we receive in this project. So we shared all of our resources, our outputs, our methodologies, our manuals, training manuals, awareness manuals with many organizations. It became like an open source for everybody. So the more you give, the more you will receive. So these training material start growing, and we have part of our name as seed. We always seed success. Wherever we go, we keep seeding our success stories. 20 energy female ambassadors. They were supporting this project from the beginning of the project. We train them, give them the skills they need, knowledge, and after that, they became our voice in the local communities. In the beginning, we start with the local communities by not coming as an external. We were inside the local communities, work with them, work for them. And this is the formula. It's tough formula. Take time, build that trust. At the end, your result will be expanded or move to a different level of success. Also, we got some kind of support for other projects. We give support to other projects in different countries, like in Palestine, we supporting group project. COVID was a big challenge for everybody. In seed, this challenge was like a good hit for expanding the result of our project. We were limited with 2 areas, Ajloon and Dar Allah. And the training and that lead for employment was limited for people, technicians or engineers from Dar Allah. During COVID, we opened that platform to everybody. First training course, we thought that we are celebrities in Ajloon and Dar Allah in our local communities. But with the first online course, we received 3,000 applications. 2,000 of them success in the primary test. So we try to expand our internet capacity to receive all of these trainees. These trainees came from 15 countries just to join our training course online. So it became more expandable and more fruitful to others. The last thing that I want to mention here, if you want to success, you need to believe in your success. You need to believe in local communities. Local communities is not a passive receiver. They should be the driven of change in their communities. By this, you will minimize the resistance to change. You will save more money. And at the same time, you will have double or triple of the result. Thank you, Radha.
Thanks, Mohammed. Similar as you presented the seed, and that's why whatever project we implement, we still not at the scale like the case we have, for example, in region on the first phase, talking about 3,000 direct beneficiaries, and obviously the same approach on multi-stakeholder engagement, local facilitating team, where you have the municipalities, you have government institutions represented, but more importantly, and the civil society as well. But while having the TNS, we expanded in Algeria, for example, now, and in really different localities in Algeria, which is the challenge, but already successful. And we're expanding now, hopefully, early next year in Mauritania. And happy to have you with us, and representative of Mauritania in this session. I just want to reflect that one of the things to expand this kind of business model is really to look at the technologies and what are the challenges, the technologies and the role of private sector in that. So that's why I wanted to ask the question to Mr. Constantine. From your perspective, what are the challenges faced by the climate tech, clean tech, I would say, in the Arab region? And if you can share some of the success stories that you witnessed from your perspective in the last 5 years, and how you see the role of private sector in addressing, relating, supporting, and expanding this kind of project, and the challenges they face in order to support and enable the just inclusive energy transition in a real context. Over to you, Constantine.
Thank you. Thank you. Loaded question. Look, let me first state that we have been involved over the past 15 years in building this ecosystem. And this is not only in Lebanon, we've done it across the region, from Morocco to Iraq. And we were blessed to have the opportunity to work, advise, transform, and fund more than 150 innovative companies, a number of them being in the climate tech and in the clean tech and the water tech sector, which I believe are critical to what we're discussing today. So this is based on real life situations that we had over the past 15 years. We've done it through two venture capital funds, Beritech Fund 1, Beritech Fund 2. The first one launched more than 15 years ago. We also done it through a number of accelerators, clean tech, social enterprise, water tech, and others. We also have done it through programs that have been providing milestone-based grants to a number of companies, and these grants were up to $300,000. So this is in total, we helped those companies raise more than $100 million. Because as was said earlier, one of the key challenges, and probably the most important challenge that these clean tech, water tech, climate tech companies are facing is one, access to capital. The second challenge that they have is access to markets, is how do we go about expanding in terms of new products, new services into new countries. And this is becoming very important and very difficult for some of those companies. The third challenge is access to talents. It's very difficult today to not only get the right talents, but retain this talent. Our countries in the Arab world have faced big challenges in retaining our talents. Those talents have gone to Europe, the US, to other entities, and taking with them the knowledge that they have. So access and retention of talent is important. Access to technology, because without technology, you will not be able to build a sustainable competitive differentiation. And this is critical. Without innovation, without technology, you will not have a rough time in terms of building up your new venture. Access to advisory services. On the call here, I have a few. I have Suha, who is leading one of the programs on innovation in Lebanon. Sami Baidoun, who has created the first VC fund and launched it in also Lebanon, Maurice and others. So all of this ecosystem have been here to provide advisory services to these companies. So these are some of the challenges that they faced. Now let me go to the second part of your question, is what can be done? And I think here both the private sector and the public sector have a critical role to play. On the private sector, we need to work with established corporates, and we're doing this by sitting on the board of some of them, advising others in terms of ensuring that they are encouraging the development of these clean tech companies, either by partnering with them, in some of the cases funding them, in some of the cases, just making sure that they can leverage on their established distribution in order to be able to scale. So the partnerships coming from corporate sectors who are setting up their own incubators or setting up their own accelerators, we're encouraging this to continue and to accelerate with time. So this is one, and it's a very important role to do. The second one is from the public sector, we need to ensure that we have not only public sector, but also with a number of the donors, some of them are funding this event, is we need to provide creative financing solution. We have the largest funding gap for clean tech and climate companies across the world in the MENA region. So we have a huge funding gap, much larger than what we have in Asia, South America, and in Africa, and we need to address this. And the way to address it, some has been mentioned earlier. I mean, microfinance is important. We need to look at subsidized debt. We need to look at milestone-based grants. We need to look at guaranteed schemes. And we have been launching those across the different programs that we have been managing over the past 15 years. So increasing the portfolio of what I call alternative financing solution for those companies is important, because banks are not touching them. You know, traditional financial companies are not touching them, because you have a combination of two risks. You have the combination of the regional risk in terms of MENA being very volatile, high inflation, high depreciation of currency, capital controls. So this is making it very difficult for these innovative companies to access to capital. So we need to find different ways. I personally am investing in a lot of those companies over the past years. Over the past 4 months, I've invested in 4 different companies. And as the company that we have, CS Venture, CS Touch, that we have in the region. The other challenge that is, or the other support, is we need to make it simpler for companies to set up their company, and not only to set up the company, but also in case they have to exit and close down. In some of the countries, it takes 5 years before you could really close down the company. This is discouraging a lot of these entrepreneurs and innovators who set it up. So simplified legal system is a must. The other areas of support is recognizing those as social enterprises, like you have it in other countries. Italy has been good at it, but a number of other countries in the OECD have been excellent in terms of supporting those social enterprises. In a number of the other countries, actually in most of the Arab countries, the term social enterprise is not yet legally accepted. So this is important. We've been lobbying for it, and we need to continue to lobby for it. So this is getting the recognition and getting, of course, the funding support, the fiscal support or tax support behind it, and logistics support in order to be able to encourage those companies that have challenging task ahead of them to do it. So these are some of the examples. I'm looking if I missed any in terms of the last one is probably the one closest to my heart, is that we need more impact funds. These impact funds are starting. We have a few coming in the MENA region. I could mention you have a Catalyst Partner in Egypt. You have the Al-Fanar Fund in Egypt, in Lebanon, in Jordan. You have Oxygen in Lebanon. So these are funds that are focusing on impact-generating companies and providing either debt or equity funding behind it. But these are small numbers. You need a much greater number of those impact funds in order to be able to really make the impact that you need in it. Without those impact funds, we're going to have a problem. And to do those impact funds, there needs to be help and support, not only from the government sector, but also from private donors that have been active in supporting it, either through catalytic grants that they do or through subsidized funding. So these are examples of how we can encourage these impact funds to increase in time. I'm going to stop at this point. I covered all the challenges, covered some of the ways to address these challenges, which requires the tight cooperation between the private sector on one hand, and of course the public sector and institutions. Thank you.
Thanks, Constantine, and thanks for shedding the light specifically on the financial aspect, because the look into the context, the high risk is not only the region and the high risk that we have to have adequate financing, but more importantly, when it comes to the rural, they do not have the capital, and there's no adequate financing mechanism and business model that fits to that. And certainly, we need to have much more donors looking to have a regional strategies to upscale this kind of investment. And as you said, the impact fund and goods to share some of the examples in the region that can be upscaled elsewhere. And that's why I want to hear we were hearing from the private sector, but we want to hear from Jordan, specifically not from the financial, but I wanted to see more, since in Jordan we were, I think, at least for me personally, when I designed the Regent project, the first country I visited, Jordan, countries were close to my heart. It's one of the best business model, I would say, in terms of implementation of the support that we had from policymakers to make it happen, and still till now. So how you see a similar setting when you speak about the success story from Regent business model in Jordan, how you see the potential of collaboration to be expanded still across sectors, specifically the water, energy, food specifically. Over to you.
Yeah, hello. I was here the whole time. You were imagining that I wasn't here. No, I have a reason actually for being a bit late. Actually, we were in the process of gathering Jordanian green tech startups here at COP and introducing them to the Prime Minister to get that kind of public sector support. Because 15 of them, each of them has very different solutions in the water, energy, and food nexus. I was very impressed by our young people. So you asked me, Radia, what is one of the ways to build on the success stories of Regent? Regent, to me, is an innovation-based project, and the target in this case is women. A lot of the times we say youth only for innovation, but I think innovation should be for everyone. And so what I like about the Regent project, because we were involved in Jordan, is that you got the buy-in and the support from the government from the beginning. So the Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Agriculture was there from the beginning of the project. That's very important, I think, to give confidence to the private sector and to other players to engage in the project. The project would not have worked without people on the ground that knew the beneficiary communities, the climate-based, community-based organizations that actually know the women and are able to understand what their need exactly is. And so when you have this local knowledge with the national support, I think that was one of the reasons why it was such a successful project. And I think one that we need to scale in other parts and for other NGOs and for other groups. And one thing that we can do to expand on this success is the financial instruments. As I said, maybe in the morning in a previous panel, Jordan has a very interesting fund called the Jordan Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Fund, which has specific subsidies. It has MOUs with banks and is able to give low-cost financing for PVs and solar water heaters for households. And a lot of women have home-based businesses. So this additional clean energy source is not just to reduce the livelihood costs, but it can also come in to reduce the business costs. I think what we need to expand on this is financial literacy for women and these different financial instruments and youth, of course. B is digital literacy, because at the end of the day, we saw some of the women in the Regent project, they have produce, but they're not able to market, they're not able to connect, they're not able to sell. For all these things have to come together, I think, for a successful deployment. And the gentleman online that talked about impact funds, I totally agree. I want to add that there was one of the funds I was with in the roundtable now, the Prime Minister, called Amam Ventures. It's a gender lens fund based in Jordan and trying to expand in the region. We also have a catalyst in Jordan that invests in renewable energy. And so we need more youth innovators, more women, more people with disabilities who are somehow vulnerable, the ones that would have the best ideas to address the vulnerability. But what we need to do is have more creative financial solutions. Google just launched a green finance strategy, and it recognizes the role of the banks, the public sector. And I totally agree, we need to improve the definition of social enterprises in the region. We tried in Jordan to push for it by legislation last year, but it didn't work. But we're going to keep advocating. So thank you so much. I think this is my thoughts in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you for reminding me to speak about social enterprises, and I think to ensure that all vulnerable, not to call them vulnerables when you speak to people about disability, women and youth, all need to be integrated in any kind of business model that you want to implement, and any solution, innovation come from there. And this is where we had, in the case of the region, where we have people with disability in Tunisia, for example. And this was an interesting, I would say, exercise for us to see how the social ministry, the one working on women, the one working on agriculture, the one working environment, the municipalities, all of them engage. And this is where you can find the solution, innovative solutions. But you said also that, and I think Constantine did mention for the policy regulation as an enabler, but Jordan was an example where sometimes you have innovative solutions and then the policy follow. And this was also good to initiate this kind of innovation. But certainly when we speak about that, there's still challenges that we see in the region. And specifically, if we speak about region, what it has its main pillar in between is the G. So it's a gender perspective still. And that's why I want to hear from Asma now, not from the youth perspective, but specifically how you see it from the challenges and the obstacles, be it financial, technological, social, political, the way you see it and the way you find them as a challenges that face women entrepreneur. And if you can come up with really actionable recommendations that we can take as a takeaway from today's session. Over to you, Esma.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Radia. So I will first start with the personal experience in Tunisia. So the older I got and the more like I understood about the energy transition, green solutions, the importance that we address climate action. There's a practice that we have like in the Tunisian culture that, for clothes that we no longer use. Families, especially like poor or like rural families, they cut them and they use like a certain tool called like to like make carpets out of that. And my auntie used to do it in our hometown. And when I had like an energy challenge called like Accelerate Mina, and we were asked to think of like an energy solution, I my mind like thought about that practice. How can I link that practice to the energy transition and bring an added, especially economic value to people who are like my auntie, who's been like unemployed. And then I thought of like this project idea I started in 2017. Unfortunately, I no longer work on the project, like Artisan, that we use that practice of Margoum to make bags, like eco-friendly bags. And we use solar panels with them. This would be very attractive for tourists, for people who are looking for eco-friendly products, for campers, and for people who love adventure or things that are authentic that at the same time like have a social impact, because this product would be done by women in rural areas. And the challenge I personally face, even though I have like a good educational background, I didn't have enough encouragement from people like surrounding me, even including family, even though my family is very encouraging and um, they are the reason why I am here. But at the same time, in our like culture, we're not encouraged to pursue our own like startups and businesses. And this is something that we need to address in the Arab region. And this takes me to the point that we need to encourage women on how to be more confident, on how to take the risk to start their own businesses. The other aspect that you mentioned is digital literacy. And from my experience, what I noticed that we could have the solutions, but we might not be able to know how to market them or how to even use the digital tools. A lot of women in rural areas don't know how to use social media. They don't know how to use the laptops, websites. So it is crucial that when we do the technical training for them, that we also do the ones on soft skills, on leadership, on social media. And this is very crucial, and also providing them with the tools, because women in rural areas don't have smartphones, don't have laptops. They cannot afford them. So it is important for different stakeholders working in the sector to provide them with these equipment, and also provide them with the training on how to use them for their like businesses and projects. Also, another point is related more to the communities, that a lot of women like get married at a very early age, and that prevents them from having inefficient economic activity. It's not related to the culture, but it's more like when a woman has like a household, she has to take care of the house and kids, and starting that from a very early age prevents her from a lot of like opportunities.
another aspect is the poor infrastructure and transportation in our countries. And in my country, Tunisia, a lot of like women uh, working in the agriculture sector, like they die in car accidents like that. Like there are these cars that transport like 15 women in one car, and it happened like many times in my country that that they have accidents and all women die, and it's just like very something really bad. So we need to work on how to have proper transportation for these women, and also like how to have proper infrastructure. And also, they do not have capital to start, which was mentioned by one of the speakers. So we need to provide them with the initial capital to at least start their businesses. So yeah, these are like, I know, many challenges, but at the same time, there are opportunities. And opportunities I see, like, first by gathering data about these women, because there are a lot of women who are undocumented. So we need people who are on ground to help us with gathering information about them, to know how we can help them, what are their needs. I like I had tears in my eyes when we first started, and I saw the video of the lady from Tunisia, like saying, "Yeah, now I can make a living. Now I can pay for my bills because I personally know how the conditions are in my country, and like in my hometown. The conditions are very tough, and it's very sad, like, to see how people don't even have money for to pay for their own bills or to feed their kids. And this has like a huge impact on communities. And after that, we need to connect the different like stakeholders, ESCWA working with these different governments on how we think of solutions, how we can help these women, and how we can raise more funds to work on these projects like SEED. We need capacity building, we need resources, we need to train them, since the majority don't have formal education. So how do we give them the capacity building they need, and then continue supporting them until the implementation, the successful implementation of their projects, and keep following up with them, not just like a one-time project, but like having longevity in these projects and monitoring the impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But I still to have looking for more recommendation from you, Asma, and we've taken note of your recommendation, the one you already mentioned. And yeah, I think the experience in Tunisia was very, very interesting for me personally. And to see that whatever we put in policies and regulations, we think is the best in terms of gender equality. But when it comes to the reality, it's another story, unfortunately. But which shows that the business model that we implemented, like Regen and see this kind of business model, and the donors that support us, like SIDA and Aqua Power. No, I'm sorry, Co-Water. Papaya, we are in Saudi. Yes, so, but I want also to mention our strategic collaboration with the Islamic Development Bank, who are expanding on region in Mauritania, and we already had the funding for that, and looking also for more funding on the region, in the region, specifically on the LDCs, but also expanding in Lebanon and in Jordan and Tunisia. Maybe I want to reflect on how your final recommendation, if I may, just in 1 minute from each speaker before we close the session, how you see it, Jessica.
It's definitely a project that needs to be scaled up and replicated in more countries, especially now with the conditions that we're seeing, not only in in rural areas in Arab states, but also it's like this is kind of the economic condition everywhere, and make sure that it's gender is on the center of this, the community is on the center of this, and we have a stakeholder engagement on a broad level. And I want to thank you, Raja, for designing this project and making it happen. And I'd love to see it happen on a mass scale.
It's good to start it at the school. Go talk to children in the school, student, try to help them, train them, give them some awareness. They will support you in their homes. They will transfer that knowledge to their homes. Once you start the implementation, families will be ready because the children will take care of the mission. And this will minimize a lot of time for the awareness and capacity building. Capacity building should be connected direct with demand-driven training, connected to the private sector. Otherwise, it will be only supply-driven training. Any training without employment will make that project less trusted by local communities. What they need is an employment. They need to change their current situation of suffering of poorness, or lack of resources, lack of opportunities, lack of hope. The more we work on hope and creating opportunities for them, the better result we will have.
I personally believe it is important to engage young people, especially students and young engineers, because in these communities there are a lot of uh, there are many engineers who have the solutions, but they don't know what are the community needs or what are the challenges. So connecting like these different stakeholders, students, engineers, the community, UN, and different entities, it is very crucial like to think on what kind of like innovations, what kind of solutions we need to address the issue.
Thank you. And if I may quickly make two quick recommendations. So one would be to apply the regent concept to even conflict areas. Now we look at maybe the relief, recovery, rebuilding of places like Gaza, and how much a project like Regent is needed. I mean, you've seen how resourceful the women there are, and all the innovations. With nothing, they still manage to make their food and find ways to survive. We can learn from them, actually, from their innovation. So that's one. Two would be young people. I hope they can be better than our generation at nexus thinking. We still work on projects in silos, unfortunately. So we cannot really have an energy project without considering its linkages to water and food. And of course, we've got all the SDGs. So this ability to think in a complex way, to consider all these different dimensions, gender, young people, people with disabilities. We talk about it in this generation, but we need the next generation to actually implement it in their projects. Thank you.
That's why you want something, Jessica? Tfadli.
ESCO has the high level convening power as well, and it would be amazing to see this convening power, just like having policymakers on a high level, ensuring that this is part of the strategies for rural development, but also as part of national economic development.
Indeed, Jessica, I want to hear from Constantine. One final message, please, Constantine.
Yeah, the final message is, look, we worked with more than 150 of those companies, and those who were most successful combine what I call the 4 I's. First I is innovation. It's critical that we spend more time in building an innovation edge. The number 2 is about impact. They are still learning how to measure impact and how to take this impact and transform the business model. The third I is really about integrity in terms of their values, their way of thinking, the way they reach out, the way they price. Integrity is important, and this is still happening in the region. The 4 I's is I called integration. You will never be able to do it alone. You need to work across these sectors. So you've mentioned water, energy, food. These are very related sectors. The more comprehensive or integrated is your approach, the more successful you will be. And the final one is, once you have these 4 I's, then scalability is the way to go. And this is where the funding is important and the others. So think of these 4 I's, and then make sure that you have a scalable model. These are the learnings from the 15 years working with more than 150 companies. Thank you.
Thank you for the 4 I's. I think I will be using it in the future, speaking, I would say. And that's why the logo of ESCO, but it's a logo of Regent, what was designed in 2017, looking at the integrated approach that come up from a rural woman in Morocco, who I was invited to join in the UN system for the oil and gas sector. And this was my first experience looking to rural women, civil society, but youth, supporting them to do interpretation because they couldn't understand either English and French. But their problem was energy, but there were other problems. And they just asked me what you as a UN can do. And that's come up with Regent, multi-stakeholder thinking, multi-stakeholder engagement, but more importantly, how we all together, as mentioned by Jessica, Africa. We are working as a ESCWA platform to see how with all the stakeholders, not just ESCWA or UN system, with all stakeholders, with all donors and all kind of donors from all over the world to work together to unlock finance, but ensure that sustainability come with the government institutions, all stakeholders. All institutions as the UN system, we are here just to enable and propose and implement solutions, but we are not here on the ground to stay. It's only the people and the politicians who can drive the change, thanks to the engagement of everyone. And that's why we are at the SDG Pavilion, thanks to the support of our colleague from the DESA for hosting us today. Thanks for the panelists in the integrated I would say, intersectoral thinking, I would say, if I may. And let's follow up on this through the next report that we will engage early next year, with the support of Jessica and Chada and Asma and all the stakeholders, looking how we can really expand in this kind of solutions and how we can provide a platform for much more engagement and unlocking financial resources, but also human resources. Thank you very much.
Now more than ever, we, the peoples of the world, need to make a big push to help solve the climate crisis, sharing all those stories, projects, efforts, and visions that can inspire the rest of the world to take action now. For that, we present the Climate Awards, a tool to catalyze the best projects, actions, and photos. The winners will present their works at the COP28 in Dubai. The Climate Awards has two categories: climate solutions, where people and organizations can show in a video what they are doing to tackle down this crisis. Educational projects, activism, individual actions, all is welcome. The other category is Planet Earth Photography, a photo award to remember the beauty of this planet and all that have been lost if we do not own it. You can participate through the Agora Awards app or agoraawards.com. Together, we can save our home.
Welcome to this session on the Climate Awards by Agora, a platform for worldwide awards aimed at showcasing just how ingenious people are everywhere. The Climate Awards are now in their second year, and they are conducted in support of the United Nations Act Now campaign, the campaign that is encouraging people to change their behavior toward a more sustainable way of living. The awards are open to anyone everywhere to bring out the best ideas and solutions worldwide. The awards we're presenting today is the Planet Earth Photography Award. Over 100 individuals and organizations from dozens of countries submitted photos showing the beauty of the Earth, putting a spotlight on the incredible richness and diversity of life, but also at what is at stake if we don't tackle the climate crisis. Let's watch a brief overview of the 25 finalist photos. What beautiful images really we've seen just now as the finalists of this award. And I'm very pleased to welcome you and welcome now a panel of wonderful speakers to discuss the awards, but also to discuss on how to inspire action to protect our planet. And I would like to introduce our panel. I have right next to me Lucy Almond, the Director and Chair of Nature for Climate and one of the jury members. Next to her, Ebi Stephanie Lama, climate justice advocate from Cameroon, and also last year's winner of the Agora Climate Award. And wonderful to have you as well, Ebi. And last but certainly not least, Octavio Arroyo, CEO and co-founder of Agora. And Lucy, I would like to start with you. You are one of the driving forces behind Nature for Climate. It's a coalition, and the coalition promotes the critical role of nature in restoring balance to our climate. Can you speak briefly about how nature is not only really a victim and deeply impacted by climate change, but also a crucial solution to tackle the climate crisis?
Great. Then thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to be on the judging panel, which was a real honor. So I look forward to talking more about photos. But in terms of the work that we do, Nature for Climate, it's, as you mentioned, it's really been a movement building strategy for the last 8 years to bring the message particularly to the climate community, but also more broadly to policymakers and corporate leaders, that nature has to be part of the solution to the climate crisis. So, nature and climate are basically two sides of the same coin. And nature isn't just the victim in this. Nature's a very, very important tool to restore balance to the climate. It's been doing so for millennia, and we just need to get out of the way and let it do its job. And in some cases, come in and help support particular different nature-based solutions that can reduce emissions and store more carbon.
Can you give us an example of one or two such nature-based solutions?
Yeah, sure. So the way we think about nature-based solutions more broadly is kind of in three big categories. So you think about actions that can protect landscapes, whether that's forests or mangroves or wetlands, and then actions to actually restore ecosystems where there's been degradation, so particularly reforestation. And then thirdly, and often forgotten one, would be the management of our production landscape. So there are many things you can do around agriculture or forestry to actually continue to reduce emissions and store more CO2.
Yeah, yeah. And Lucy, you said already you really want to talk about the photos and you enjoyed being a jury member. So what struck you in particular? What did you find particularly impressive?
Yeah, I mean, it was such a difficult job to judge because I really liked the mixture where you had beautiful landscapes, you had the real human part of the story, because again, I think that's one of the things that we in the Western or the Northern Hemisphere have forgotten is how humans are actually part of nature, integrated in nature, and that's something that our indigenous groups never forget. And when you listen to them talk about nature, they talk about humanity and nature and all wildlife as being part of that same ecosystem. Personally, I particularly like wildlife. So there were some of the images that really spoke to me where they had used humor to get a story across, and I particularly like that. And one of them, so for example, the puffin, I felt there was a real humanity and beauty, almost like a Mona Lisa like quality from the bird, just from that one picture of the bird, where you start to imagine its story and not just us looking on at the puffin.
The Mona Lisa puffin. I think I will look at puffins as of now in a completely new way. Thanks so much, Lucy. Avi, I want to turn to you. You are a climate reality leader with the African Climate Reality Project. And we learned yesterday already the Climate Reality Project is an initiative by Al Gore to really train climate activists around the world. And you are also last year's winner of the Agora Climate Award. And congratulations again to that as well. So tell us what you're currently doing in Cameroon. I should have said you're from Cameroon, and what impact the award has had on you and your work.
Thank you so much, Annette. And being the UN award winner for last year was something that did not only blow my mind, but it blew the mind of my friends, my family, my community. And till date, it's something that has really been amazing. And we've really appreciated it in a very high magnitude. And it was like an open door for me because from this award, I was able to get the recognition at an international level that ensured that the work I was doing in the community was even more pronounced. After the award, I was a speaker at the UN Global Climate Summit events in Colorado Boulder, where I spoke to a panel to population of over 6,000 people, and that was an amazing opportunity. And then we went on to where I um,
got my recognition as a Mandela Washington Fellow, where I studied in the School of Public Affairs at Denver, Colorado for 2 months or 6 weeks to say. So it was as a result of part of that award. And as a result as well, presently we received a grant, $25,000 from the U.S. Embassy in Cameroon. And this is because we are forging the work that was presented in the documentary. And this work is what we do with women and children in communities. So the whole aspect of the documentary, African Voices of Africa's Forest, which was produced by the Climate Reality Project in Africa, actually captured the cross section of the work that I've been doing with women in the community, building the capacities on climate leadership using nature based solutions. And some of these nature based solutions have been mushroom farming, bee farming, snail rearing, and introducing home gardening programs to them, as well as nursery establishment programs, where we've been able to restore degraded lands in our communities, and we've been able to make sure that women have sustainable livelihood options and they can be able to take care of themselves and their children as well. And what is even more exciting about the work we do is that we empower women so that their voices are rising in climate change decision-making platforms and programs in the nation. A few months back, we had a workshop with rural women where we had the focus group discussions with them for 2 days. And during the focus group discussions, they were able to develop their own gender action plan for the management of their community forest. That was a big win for us. And the women are really excited about the knowledge that on climate change and the things that have to do this kind of thing. And most of them, over 90% of them, did not go to school. So we use artistic methods. We use paintings. We use drama. We use music thing just to make businesses go through. And that's the same thing we do with children in schools. We work with 2,000 children after we received the award. And children, we train them in eco clubs and establishing eco clubs in schools. And we are hoping that as we continue with these kids, as time goes on, we are going to be able to empower them to open more eco clubs within Cameroon and across the different regions. So that's what we've been doing so far.
Fantastic work, Eddie. I mean, really fantastic and incredibly important work, and how encouraging to hear that this award has helped to a certain extent, so that you can continue to carry it out and even expand it. That's really really wonderful to hear. Evie, I wanted to also ask you about the video awards. You attended yesterday's award ceremony. Was there anything that resonated with you when you watched the submissions or got an impression of the submissions of the video awards?
Yes. Oh, when I through the videos that were presented, I felt there was an aspect of spirituality, calmness, indigenous people being like brought forth to the spotlight. And for me, this is something that I really value in indigenous communities. And I was really taken away with one of the presentations, the documentary that actually, I think that was a winning documentary that, yes, that actually told the story of indigenous people and how they are able to manage their natural resources and navigate the process with nature. And I feel like uh, other documentaries, they had unique aspects as well, and it was actually done from a place of thoughtfulness and a place of huge passion for the work that the people who presented actually have. Sometimes, it's so difficult to put together these ideas and these resources, and this I will applaud all those who submitted their documentaries, their films, because I can tell how much effort they had put in to make that dream come through for them.
Thank you, Evie. And yes, I think that is something that one really that one can sense, when you have a look at the submissions and at the video and at the important work, of course, that is featured there. Octavi, Agora features this important work. And your company, your platform, Agora, has made it its mission to really bring out the best in people and show the most innovative ideas and projects and solutions in the globally, worldwide. Tell us a little bit more about your work with art and with people to inspire action for the planet.
Okay. Thank you, Nanette. Thank you, Lucy, to be here. Thank you, Evie. Thank you, everyone, to be here. It's so nice this moment, no? It's like a celebration, no? It's incredible to see all these projects, these photographies, these people. I am really enjoying that. I would like today to speak about power, the power that everyone has. Your power, your power. The the power that is strong and can change things. We can see this power every day. People is disabled. People is taking care of themselves. We are working for a better world, no? And this power, it's related with happiness, with love, with taking care of yourself. If you are happy, you love yourself, you are happy with the earth, with the others, with life. You are taking care of the planet, okay? And this power is incredible. All we know, it's very strong. But sometimes we lose the connection. Sometimes we don't love. We are not happy. Sometimes people has problems and then they are not taking care of themselves or the planet. And we are a lot. And this is so common. Everyone feel sometimes this thing. We are not connected. We don't love anymore. Today I don't. What we need, what we need at that in that moment. What we need, Andy, what we need in that moment when we have no connection. We need inspiration. We need others. We need the power of the others to see that it's possible, it's real. So Agora Awards, our company, is trying to empower people, to give opportunity to everyone, and to give the possibility to vote like democratically to everyone to show their work and inspire the others. So I believe we can change the world with everyone. Everyone can change the world themselves, you know, and recover sometimes this happiness that we miss or this connection, this love. So the Climate Awards by Agora and now today, it's about that. It's about inspire others. Yes, it's possible. We have not to wait for the leaders. We can do things. And if sometimes we don't want to do nothing because we are not connected, we can see, we can watch other people doing that. And I want to remind only last thing: this power, it's inside of us, but also it's from the others. So we can empower others, like Ewi. We empower others. This power, we can share this power. If we always share power, we will be more stronger. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Octavi. And I think with this beautiful introduction, it's time for the awards. And it's first time for the People's Award. And that is really the submission that got the most votes on the Agora app. And would you please let us know who won this year's People's Award? Octavi, do you want to tell us who it is?
Yes, now. People Awards winner is Andika Oki Arisani from Indonesia with this photo.
Video message, short video message from him.
It was an honor to include my photos for the exhibition in Dubai. Thank you to Agora and the United Nations for the opportunity to show off my photos to the world. I'm a photographer who loves travel, especially photographing people and nature. Therefore, I love my job as a photographer. My photos are part of the beauty that I want to share. I want the world to know if this world must be protected from the myths. I want this world to show peace, not sickness. I want everyone to take care of this earth for our future generation to see the beauty of the earth.
What a beautiful message. And really, the beauty of the earth is really what's reflected here in this People's Award. But then, of course, we also have the Jury Award. And Octavi, who is the winner of the Jury Award?
And the winner of the Jury Award of Planet Earth Photography Awards 2023 is Pedro from Spain.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Pedro Jureguerra. Soy fotógrafo y biólogo afincado en la ciudad de Bilbao, en España. Para mí es un privilegio poder estar con todos ustedes, aunque sea de forma telemática, en un pabellón tan importante como es el Pabellón para los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible de las Naciones Unidas, dentro del marco de la Cumbre del Clima en Dubái, y poder mostrar mis imágenes como ejemplo de biodiversidad y de vida en nuestro planeta. Voy a dar las gracias también a la plataforma Ágora y en especial a Octavi por permitirnos mostrar la belleza de nuestras imágenes. Por otro lado, creo que nos encontramos en un momento crucial e histórico donde la urgencia de abordar el cambio climático se hace cada vez más imperiosa. La crisis medioambiental es cada vez más manifiesta, viendo cada vez un aumento de la temperatura global, cambios climáticos extremos, un aumento de la acidificación de los océanos, una pérdida de biodiversidad, una erosión de nuestros ecosistemas. A pesar de todo esto, creo que no está todo perdido y que tenemos la capacidad y la responsabilidad de abordar este desafío con determinación y con
Beautiful picture there as well. Before we conclude, Octavi, can you already tell us a little about the plans for next year's Climate Award?
Yes, of course. Of course. Next year, we will celebrate the Climate Awards again with Act Now, and we will celebrate the awards in the SDG Pavilion in Germany during the COP29. And we want to create grants in the awards. We want to create grants. We want to give visibility and recognition to the winners for their work, but also next year we want to give grants with the compromise that these people that will win is doing something with the grant. This is the thing. So we will create real impact to the planet Earth.
Exciting, and we're all looking forward then to next year and to next year's award. And with that, thank you everybody for joining us. Thank you to our speakers, to our panel, and see you again, well, next year.